We are live. How is everybody? Ray is here. If you missed last night's stream, which was an Ashes of Creation stream, and so I can understand if, there are people that didn't see that, because you're interested in the Satisfactory stuff, then you missed a couple of interesting announcements. And CubeWave is recognizing them on Twitch. So there's been an overhaul of loyalty badges across the board on YouTube and Twitch. And there is a, okay, let me check the levels here. Music's a little loud. Let me turn it down a bit. That's better. And there is also new emojis everywhere. All right. So mostly a lot of new ones on YouTube. There's some new ones on Twitch as well. I ran out of space on the free emojis on Twitch, but I loaded up the tier 1 sub available emojis a lot, so there should be a lot there. There's also a bunch of emojis on Discord. The next thing Minikin is working on is going to be Discord stickers, which she's very excited for, so that's going to be happening soon. And then yes, the channel points. So I made custom channel points. They are connected to the Ashes of Creation game, but I think it works. It's the currency within that game, and you can spend them on all sorts of things. And we had some trolls using the ban. There it is. Right when I said it, Mikey. All right, I'm gonna have to be getting the clock ready. So basically how it works is if on Twitch they spend a channel point, they can ban a word that I can't say for 5 minutes. And Mikey has just done so and has banned the word, well, the name of this game, actually. And since we've started, I'm starting the timer. This word right here in the upper left corner, I am not allowed to say. So yes, but this is the game we're playing today, and I hope you like this game's new overlay that I made specifically for this game. If you're on Twitch, the name of which is in the top right center. I mean the top center to the left of my picture. Can multiple be in effect at the same time? Please don't. No, I will probably do one at a time. I'll put a timer on those if I have to, you trolls. So yes, that's a new thing that we're having fun with. But yeah, definitely look at the emojis, enjoy them. Minikin worked hard on them. There are so many various sizes that are needed across all the platforms. It's kind of mind-blowing. So that should be about it. There's been more and more Ashes content, and there will continue to be more. But tonight, as will all Saturday nights, be this game that I'm playing right there, Saturdays. Okay. Satisfactory Saturdays until the playthrough is done. Okay, that's the plan. We will play other games on other days, but on Saturday nights and or Sunday mornings, we will be playing this game. There's 3 minutes left on the timer. So there you go. And there's other things that you can spend your channel points on. I may have to increase the cost of that one. Oh, good times. Yeah, let's see if we can't focus up here and see how much we can get done tonight in this game. Ooh, it disappeared. Red Bull gives you wings. I'm not drinking anything. I am pretty happy with the progress that we made last time, so let's go over a little bit as we kind of get warmed up and focused in on what we're doing today in this game that we're playing. Yeah, exactly. Watch. That's pretty good. I may have to learn some new tricks with that. Ray says that was mean, Mikey. Dude, this one's bent up too. I don't know what my children are doing to these Red Bulls when they bring them up to me. They're in the the outside fridge. Okay. This is our factory's design. Typically, what I have done in the past is set up my factory bus lines in the game that we're currently playing, where my group of blueprints, this is top down, are all end up like this. And then I have my bus lines run to the side of them, or sometimes between them. Usually between them, right? Right, we're very familiar with this. The items come into the end here, and each bus line feeds in. Oh, it's done. I made it. 5 minutes without saying the words satisfactory. And typically, I am pretty satisfied with this factory layout. And then the completed items get shipped back. Let's put arrows on these, onto the bus line this way, right? And they get shipped backwards. This is basically how I have done all my blueprints. All right, does this make sense? If you watch this channel at all, this should make a lot of sense. This is how we did everything in the last 3 factories. The rocket fuel factory did it this way. The aluminum factory did it this way. Right? This is not new. What's different now? What am I doing now? Well, these towers have a form factor that makes this not very convenient, because they're in tall, skinny towers. All right, and so what's had to happen is I've had to chop these, right? The aluminum tower, there's only like 4 in one space. Okay, and then I've had to like stack then the next 4 on the next floor. Okay, and there's a lot of belt work to make this work, and it's just not very convenient. Whereas long flat factories, this works really, really well. But tall, skinny factories, I'm forced to chop out the pieces and stack them on each other. So I'm doing something different. Now what we're doing is we're stacking the blueprints on top of each other like this, and then running the bus lines in front of them. And now the items go up and in like this, and the finished items go back on the line and out. Okay, so, and this is top down, this is front forward. Okay, top down from this would look right, because it's vertical, so these are lined up vertically. All right, and so let's take a look at that in the game. You see, instead of the blueprints being laid out next to each other and the bus lines being horizontal, the blueprints are laid out on top of each other and the bus lines are vertical. And this little baby right here, this vertical merger and splitter, are what makes this, I guess it was possible to do before, but it makes it more convenient. All right, plus we have all of our various lighting accoutrement in place already. And I think this is gonna make the management of this, and it's all exposed. There's no subfloors where belts are hiding. Everything is out where everybody can see it, and it'll make for a lot faster, debugging. I'm just really, I really am liking how this is turning out, and I don't know if anybody else that has done any sort of factory like this. So if you do know of somebody that has set up a factory like this, like a content creator or something, let me know so that I can hire an assassin to take them out. All right, because I want the credit. My ego demands the credit for coming up with setting up factories like this first. All right, so you guys let me know. Jacob, hello Ken, long time watching you, first time I've been able to attend a live. Well, welcome. Love your work, sir. You are an inspiration. Thank you. Yeah, another workday hanging with Ken. Work days with Ken. There are worse things, like work days without Ken. So this is the general plan. It will get freaky and crazy when we have to kind of figure out how we're going to do this for so many different types of blueprints, which blueprints go in which columns to make what items. I think I need to make a generalized, like this bus blueprint is very specific to this to this specific item that's being made. I think we might want to make a generalized bus blueprint. I can't just, I don't know. I haven't decided exactly how we're going to do that. I don't think that's a today thing. What I want to do today is essentially build out this one. Let's pull these. We're going to need those. I want to build out this factory and then probably build out his twin over here. And we will run out of items, okay? And when we run out of items, we're going to try to do the odd jobs, the things that need to be done to these buildings, such as you know, hooking power up to them, doing the power, uh, you know, closets that we do, the utility closets. We're gonna use the new elevator extension blueprint trick. All right. So we're gonna do all those things, and then when we're waiting for parts, we also may do some blueprint design work so that when we get into the purple factories, which probably won't be today, they'll be ready to go because we have to stack all these up, right? So we're going to have 4 towers that look like what we're doing over here. And the irony is, and by the way, I know what items are going to go in what tower already. Oh, and we have our sky bridges. Don't forget, we have to build our sky bridges out. This is sort of the beginning stages of one, just to make sure that the concept works. The sky bridges have to be worked out. The items, you know, there's a bunch of logistics that have to go between the buildings and everything. That probably won't happen today either. We're just going to try to be building out, getting these blueprints in. But we're gonna have 4 towers that are filled with blueprints that look like this. And we also have to do, you know, some of these sets of cosmetics that go with them as well. I have some of this blueprinted. But that's the plan. Azul, I need to start practicing your architecture so you can build like kin. Well, you know, you practice by doing. All right. Fadland, hello, dude. Hello. Lynn is here. Wait, what do you mean setting up factories like this? Lighting? No, the vertical stacking of blueprints on top of each other and using these, using bus lines oriented this way. Okay, Sooner, you fixed your cooling issue. Good. Oh, Jonathan, I missed some. How the hell did you do the blue support beams? This is the setting, vertical gradient, background with the teal. It's very similar to the setup that we used for the shard, except they were purple. Someone on Reddit showed those buses a couple weeks ago. Yeah, typical. I missed it by a couple of weeks. In my mind, I was the first. Blue Bolly's here as well. Great colors on the beams. Yeah, I think they look good. All right. So let's start this party by continuing to build our vertical bus lines. Our vertical stacking blueprints. Oh yeah, I forgot. We need to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We also need to figure out exactly what we're gonna do with the. And we're already out of copper sheets. Particle accelerators. We need different light setup here. I love Lumen. I love democracy. Your design is too overpowered. Full of lead-ins. It's looking good. Thank you. It should be very striking when we are done. Be on later. All right, Jonathan. Fine Theory. No, don't tell me. Fine Theory 7186 did the buses. No, now I'm cursed with the knowledge. I could no longer pretend that it was me first. Well, I came up with them independently. I could point to the VOD that happened, I don't know, maybe a couple months ago, where I sat there and, because I thought of it live on stream. I thought about doing it on the aluminum factory, but by the time I thought of it, we had already designed the blueprints, and I didn't want to do a redesign. So, yes. What's that mod name to change the time? Sky UI. That changes the position of the sun. Oh, missed one. What in the AS? Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 5 is 40. That's how many we need. Not you too, Concrete. All right, let's turn. Copper sheets are on. Let's turn concrete booster on as well. is not a professional opinion. IQ sucks. Okay. It's not great, but you know, sometimes we have to use the tools that are available to us. So I haven't been able to watch all the VOD from last night after I left. Jay, anything of note happened? Oh yeah, I did some exploring because I wanted to try to find some higher level like ravens and spiders and stuff, so that we didn't have to keep going back to those lower level mobs to finish the quests. You know, I think leveling, doing the commissions is really, really good, but you have to go to where the things that you're killing give you lots of XP, right? And so when we're level 12, we can't keep doing the same, keep killing the same crows that we were killing at, you know, level 6. So I did find some good stuff, by the way. So it looks like there's multiple areas where those mobs level as we go. So I found some like level 15 spiders. So anyway, and it means we don't have to keep going to the same places, you know. So that's all. Nothing particular of note. Kin kissed a goat. Did I? Not that I'm aware of. Sounds like Cookie Sooner may know something that I don't. All right. I think it might be time to figure out how we're going to place these kind of hard to see this high up. All right, how many do we need? Oh, I did have a weird bug last night. I fixed it by restarting, and I did some more research. And I think I may have found the setting to make sure it doesn't happen again. It not in the game. It wasn't it wasn't a bug in Ash's creation. It was a weird thing with my streaming. So something dumb. 20. All right, that means we have to fit 5 in here. How do we fit 5? Hmm. Yeah, I died several times. Hey, Mikey. All right, what do you guys think? I could build a little platform to come out, so these stand on the platform so they don't free float. I feel like maybe this is too much poking out. Maybe this is better. You have to do 5 in each tower. Now we could do more and we could underclock. You could do that. The very top of the roof, I don't think there's enough room up there. That's kind of the back. Yeah, I kind of want them to be more prominent than on the back of the roof. So we could underclock. What if I don't know if I like them in the middle there. What if we did something like this? Oh, I deleted the wrong thing. right? And then we close it off. Yeah, the roof narrows. Yeah. Okay, computer back together. It's on one side panel, but she's better than before and just as fast. Nice. Sweat. You have a pizza. It has just arrived. Sweat. What Razer software do you use? Is it Razer Cortex for your hardware? I only have Razer Synapse for the Tartarus Pro. This is the only Razer that I use. And it's to control the buttons for the Tartarus Pro. I'm in the process of building a turbo fuel power plant. Any tips for pipes and stuff? Yeah, I mean, all my general fluid tips, you know, create a high point before you go into any machines. Make sure that your fluids drop down into the machines. Don't use floor holes. Speaking of floor holes, I did break my rule, Okie Sooner. Look. Sweat, yeah, it's a salty sweat pizza. Gross. So there you go, okay, Sooner. I needed something to anchor it, so you know, I made my choice. You know, I think you know, as I continue to stream, I try to grow and I try to become better at all aspects of what I'm, you know, trying to do. And in this case, you know, I think I've gotten better at one particular aspect of streaming. And that is trolling Okie Sooner, because there's no way I would put a floor hole in my factory. That's a pipeline wall support. But with pipeline wall supports, who needs floor holes? Gotcha. Thank you for the $10 super chat. He said, welcome to the dark side, my son. Construction. Nope. Got him. Floor holes. That's what you get. I'm not gonna put a floor hole in here. Pipeline wall support. All you have to do to make it act like a floor hole is, I mean, now we have vertical nudging. It makes it even easier. Okay, attach it to a wall. Okay, and then it just nudges right in. You don't need floor holes. Raymond, why not floor holes? Because floor holes have been historically very bugged in this game, and I have gotten to the point where if I have here's all right. I could say to you, all right, I believe floor holes aren't bugged anymore. The rumor is that they're now fixed in 1.0 and 1.1. Okay, fine. But when it comes for me, Cube Weaver, bro, got scammed out of $10. No, he said, love the smile, bro. Enjoy. I do appreciate it, Okie Sooner. Thank you for the $10 super chat. But the thing is that if I put a floor hole in and then I had any problem whatsoever with the fluid flow, I would immediately just go and delete the floor hole. So why don't I just, because I'd be worried that that was the thing that was causing the problem, because that has caused the problem for me so often that it's going to be the first thing that I go to delete and see if it fixes the problem. So I figure, why not just skip the middleman, since I'm probably going to be deleting the floor hole anyway, and not build it in the first place. So it doesn't matter to me if it's fixed or not. I'm not going to build it. Just like it doesn't matter. There's a lot of people that come into the chat, and I'm happy to, listen to advice and stuff, but they're like, oh, well, you don't need to, pump each of these up together because, you can share, head lift, right? I could share head lift with all these pipes. I know that's true, but I'm not going to do it. And I'm not going to do it because I don't trust it. Not the concept, but I don't trust my ability to be able to do it. And I just don't want to have to screw around with it. What I do know is that my way of doing liquids reliably works for me. So I'm going to continue to do it my way, right? Even though I admit that there are other ways, and I am happy that other people have found other ways to accomplish the same goals that I'm having, but I don't want to have to relearn something that to do the same thing that I'm already doing, right? Because then if there's a breakdown and there's a problem, I won't understand why, because I don't understand somebody else's way of doing pipes. I understand my way, and if I build them my way, then it's easier for me to diagnose any problems, right? Did I miss something? Is there an error? Is there a bugged pipe, right? If I've built a network in somebody else's way, say, not pumping the water up and then back down and letting it drop in, right? Then I'm worried that the fundamental difference between my way and their way is the thing that's broken, when perhaps it's just a mistake that I made in their way, but I won't know the difference because I am not familiar enough with their way. And I don't need to learn another way of doing it because my way works, right? So I can simultaneously acknowledge that other ways of handling fluid exist in Satisfactory, while at the same time saying that I'm not going to do them. And floor holes are one of them. If floor holes work for Okie Sooner, I'm happy for him. And they may work for me, but I don't want to have to trust them. Does that make sense? I know it's a convoluted way, but I'm telling you, I'm thinking about it, but I'm telling you, when I go to diagnose a fluid issue, I'm ready to rip the whole thing out, right? So why don't I just skip the steps that I'm not confident in and do the ones that I am confident in, so that when there's a mistake, at least I know it's not a design problem. Claim copyright 50%. Sure, Minikin will work out a deal. Minikin is with her aunt, my sister. She's out stargazing. I guess there's a comet or something. Is there a comet visible right now? Just tell me. Don't make me go to a website to look it up. Can I turn off everything except for comments? This is UK anyway. My sister wanted to go look at some comments or something tonight. Comments. I'm looking at comments. My sister and Minikin are looking at comments, I think. I don't know. I don't know if there's something happening tonight or they're just going up there for shits and giggles. But they're taking a telescope and they're going. My sister has this app that tells her the darkest places in California. They're like a 2.5 hour drive away right now, I think, or like 2 hour drive, something like that. Oh, it's a meteor shower. Okay. Yeah. So they're gone. So I told Minikin to bring a knife. All right, let's get back to what we were doing. So what do we think? First of all, I don't like the height here. You guys see that pocket knife? Does anybody else watch like way too much YouTube like me? Did anybody else see that pocket knife that Hacksmith Industries is doing a Kickstarter on? It looks really good. It's like a multi-tool pocket knife. I'm kind of interested in it, but it's also kind of expensive. So I may have to let it go. I think it's worth it. I just think it's, you know, not the best timing. Looks really cool. There are 3 different levels, like 3 different versions, but the one that has the best metal is only the expensive version. Perseid meteor shower happens in August, if you remember correctly. Yeah, it's supposed to be up to 100 meteors per hour. Wow. Yeah, so that's what they're doing tonight. We could continue these down. Probably wouldn't do that, actually. That's not a knife. That's a knife. I've taught you guys how to speak Australian, right? There may be new people here since the last time I taught you how to speak Australian. Now, it's not hard. Anybody can do it. All right. But we're gonna take a second and I'm gonna teach you how to speak Australian. Just one phrase, okay? Just one phrase. And this is interactive, okay? So you can follow along. All right, what I want you to do is we're gonna say 3 words, okay? We're gonna start off slow. And then you can increase the speed, okay? So what I want you to do is I want you to say the word raise, okay? R-A-Y-S or R-A-I-S-E, whatever. Raise. All right, next word is up, just U-P, up. And the last word is lights, L-I-G-H-T, okay? So let's do it together. Raise, up, lights. Okay, now a little faster. Raise, up, lights. All right, when you're comfortable at that speed, then in order to finally finish speaking Australian, you say it nice and fast. Raise up lights. And that's how you say the word razor blades in Australian. Raise up lights. There you go. You've just learned your first phrase in Australian, and now you can speak to them. Should you need to. Finding areas away from light pollution is becoming sadly more difficult in the UK. Cloud cover doesn't help with astronomy as a hobby either. She's up in the pretty isolated California mountains. Really the here, let's look one up. Where is a dark place for stargazing? Isn't there like an app? Dark Place Finder. Here we go. There was like an app that gave you like a gradient. I wanted to look it up. I think this is probably the one she uses. She uses one. I can't remember which one she uses. Let's do map of. So. This one's a beast. So we're down in this area here. Actually down there. So we're about right here. She is up here, I think. And the sort of foothills for these mountains, like this is the Sierra Nevada mountains right here. Okay, South Lake Tahoe, very high elevation. The foothills start basically right in here. And this isn't quite the mountains yet, but it is really close. I mean, it is basically the mountains. What's the elevation of Khyber's? .4,000. So, I mean, this is This is what it looks like where they are, right? Kybers is a pretty cool little town, actually. It's just basically this little town off of the main freeway. I actually really like driving through here. This is what it looks like today. It still has the old buildings, and it's all snow. It's like snow slopes and stuff. Yeah. Welcome to Kybers. Now leaving. This is the best. Look at this. Look at this. I freaking love this. Welcome to Kybers. Now leaving Kybers. So, yeah. It is basically the mountains. So that's where they are right now, because that's what it takes in California to get away from the Sacramento light pollution. It's about an hour and a half drive. It's probably not 2 hours. It's probably an hour and a half. So anyway, I don't know. Thought I would give the UKers a tip. Fair dinkum, Australia. Fun fact, I actually have a small collection of blades. Nice. As an Aussie, and if someone tried to talk like that, they may end up getting slapped. They may end up getting a razor blade. Catch a nail. Oh, it's you. I've never been on a stream, but I've definitely been seeing your YouTube vids recently. YouTube Shorts? Captain Ale? Mikey lives at 5,000 feet? Yeah. Yeah, well, Mikey lives in Colorado, near the Mile High City. So what's the Donner Summit? And then you guys all know the story of Donner, right? Don't go on a long trip overnight with somebody named Donner. Donner Summit height. So 7,000 feet, 2,200 meters. Sorry, I should have given you, and that's the Donner Pass. That is the height of the road, right? That is the highest, one of the highest roads in main freeways through the Sierra Nevada. Is I-80. It is like one of the main ways to get in and out of California, and you have to get to 7,000. Now, what is the highest interstate summit in the U.S.? It's probably going to be Mikey's neck of the woods. It's got to be the Rockies. Yep, Eisenhower Tunnel, I-70 in Colorado, elevation of 11,000 feet, which is 3,400 meters. This is where Mikey lives. This thing is ridiculous. I've driven there. Cars stop working. Some cars just literally cannot drive that high. Right? They will just stop working. Right? And a car that is, kind of like sort of working, you don't want to take through I-70. So, the Donner Pass summit being only 7,000 feet is baby in comparison to where Mikey lives. Absolute shorty, right? So, yeah, Mikey lives at 5,000 feet. The series is insane, my guy. Thanks. We're getting a little distracted today. Yeah, 7,500 feet is what I'm used to. Yeah, I'm not. You can get used to that altitude, of course, but I don't want to. Thank you, Captain One Eye. Are you the same as Captain Ale on Twitch? I'm only about 10 episodes into it and I've seen you were live. Are you guys two different people? Are you guys two different captains that are saying hi for the first time, one on YouTube and one on Twitch? Because if you are, that would be... Oh, you are the same. Okay. No, apparently you're different. So we have Captain Ale on Twitch and Captain One Eye on YouTube. Both captains. I appreciate you guys watching, and we'll see if we can stop talking about elevation and how to speak Australian, and see if we can figure this out. Really, the problem is, guys, I am just trying to delay making a decision on this. Holzar, hello. If there's another captain, then I don't know. Yes. Yeah, there is. There's two captains. You guys get to fight over who's the captain now. I'm glad you both are enjoying the playthroughs though, you guys. Crush, morning Ken, morning Shark Fighter. Hey Ken, which places that we've never been are we gonna crap on tonight? I wasn't crapping on any place. But I tell you what, if anybody's holding a grudge, I think the best candidate is you. Captain Ale says he's the captain now. Those sound like fighting words, Captain One Eye. He's the captain of beer, and you only have one eye, so. Satisfactory Eagle, hey, what's up? Guys, I don't know. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? What's our height here? I actually like this height. To be fair, Shark Fighter, mostly 36. I crap on where I live much more than I crap on anybody else. Except places that are hot and humid. I don't need to live there to know that those places suck. But see, the thing is, most people that live in places like that, they agree with me. All right. Probably got hit in the eye from an ale bottle. That's how he lost his eye. Previous fights, Captain Ale. The two captains are going to be the Twitch and YouTube mascots for which platform is superior. All right, I think this works. Should we just go down? Speaking of crapping on places, the allergies right now are disgusting. I think we just go down. Oh, apparently Captain One Eye also has one ear. I don't know if I had to pick between a captain with one eye and a captain of ale. I may have to go with the ale on this one, guys. We here? We are. You're not poking out over there, are you? I'm hardcore procrastinating on this decision. Absolutely. Obviously, it's Twitch. I will say, I appreciate that Twitch has closed the gap, or at least is attempting to close the gap. Doing a very good job of it on quality that YouTube has had on it for so long. Because I can stream in 2K now on Twitch. So if you guys noticed, you can turn your resolution on Twitch now to 1440p. What are alternatives to this design? Honestly, I don't think we're going to be able to beat this. I think this orientation gives us the most exposed particle accelerator shenanigans. Because I was thinking of turning them to the side, but if I turn them to the side, okay, let's see what that would look like. Sadly, you only have 1080 eyes and you're watching on mobile. You doing this in your head mostly? You got a schematic? Yeah, I mean, lots of trial and error. I have a plan, right? If we're talking about the, ooh, look at that. Let's see if I can get him. Got him. I left that floating there. I mean, I have a plan usually, and this one is my own design, these 4 towers, and including kind of the augmentations to the design, like poking these out the front so that we can see them turn on and stuff like that. But a lot of it happens, you know, I have an inspiration, right? But then I play with it, right? And I see what it looks like. I see what's possible and satisfactory, right? And then I make adjustments. By the way, I missed it. Captain Ailes subbed for 1 month at tier 1. Did you sub with your Bezos bucks? No, you just a straight up sub. Thank you. Appreciate it. By the way, there are a bunch of new emojis on Twitch. There's one extra one for free that everybody gets, but there is now a bunch of extra emojis if you're a sub, if you're a subscriber. Twitch only allows 5 for everybody, but there's a huge bank of emojis for subscribers. And then there's also ways to spend your channel points that didn't exist before. Hey, Unstater, missed the first 72 minutes. Well, it's okay, you didn't miss much. Mostly we were just talking about places we've never been before. Talking shit about them, really. That's really all I do on this channel, in fact. You tried to use Bezos bucks, but you didn't see the option? Oh no, Captain One Eye and Captain Ale have both made it over to Twitch. Now you guys play nice, okay? No fighting over who's the captain now. All right, what wall do we use? I mean, I think we have to use the same wall, right? Let's see what it looks like. You're usually on Kick. You know, so I was thinking, I haven't really had time to really dive into it, but I was considering uploading my YouTube shorts to TikTok. I've already made them, right? I could upload 2 a day to catch up for my, you know, I could upload 3 a day probably until we get caught up. I could do that. I was thinking about doing that. I don't know what kind of value that's really going to bring, but I mean, it could really help my channel. And then I was also thinking about adding a 3rd multi-stream. I don't even know if it's possible with my setup here. It may not be. It is. I could definitely add. I could send exactly what I'm sending to Twitch. I could send to Kick, and it actually probably wouldn't even be that hard. I've been thinking about doing that, but I don't use Kick, and so nor do I use TikTok, and so that is what has kind of been causing me to hesitate. But I have been considering it, you know, because it is essentially no extra work to get the same exposure I'm getting on Twitch to Kick, and the same exposure I'm getting with YouTube Shorts on TikTok, right? It is no net work. For a lot of extra chances at eyeballs. And eyeballs are the name of the game, right? Well, we'll definitely have to panel this with lights. We're gonna have to run these and see how it works. Check the multi-stream policy from Twitch before you do it. Well, I'm already multi-streaming. The only thing Twitch doesn't like is showing their chat is combining chats, right? That's what Twitch doesn't like. It does not like when you combine chats. We need to make a crap ton of copper powder because we're going to be testing this. Oh gosh. All right, we need to make a bunch of testing materials, and because I'm not going to light this until I know what this looks like, because I'm thinking we do maybe some uplighting, definitely some side lighting on this. Might cut that. Sorry, yeah, my allergies are really bad here, and I've been sneezing like crazy the last couple of days. Every time it gets really hot, everything just explodes here. You could close up and let the rings clip as an accent too, so they light up as part of the building. Well, that was kind of the idea, but I mean, I guess we check both, right? I haven't decided if I open it or close it. You know, I could maybe make these extra shiny so the light reflects off of them. Do I have a black shiny? What is this? That's a black shiny right there. So we could try that. Probably the one I have right now. What's the one I have right now? this one. It's already black shiny. So this is black shiny. We could try chrome. We're gonna have to test it. And the reason is we have to figure out what the orientation of these are gonna be, because this determines what we do with these buses in here, because we don't have a lot of room. See, I can't stack this guy on top of him because I need that space, right? So you know, I want to build out. It's kind of like this, the knee bone's connected to the ankle bone kind of crap. I'm trying to build these out, which, by the way, I need to grab this, and that. I'm trying to build these out, but in order to know how these get built out, I need to design where I'm going to put the particle accelerators. And in order to design where I'm going to put the particle accelerators, I need to know what they look like turned on. And in order to do that, we're going to have to go and build some materials to feed into these so that we can see what the hell they look like. And I'm going to be making my first nuclear pasta ever. Captain One, I have a great night and stream. I'll definitely be watching the VOD eventually. This series is long. It's true. I'm gonna lay here and watch. Girlfriend about to fall asleep, so I'll be lurking. Yeah, dealing with sinus issues for the last 7 years. Yeah, I've had a weird like thing in my ear and like problem with like liquid that builds up and stuff in there, and it's hard to hear sometimes, and it causes issues with like my whole left side of my face for 20 years. I've talked to doctors and like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. So whatever. Sorry, I missed some chat. Let's see. Networking helps. Yeah, I think so. Start a new run in the desert. However, the resources are terrible. Got to get 3,000 miles away to get pure or oil. Yeah. You've been following what Darren plays? Yeah, he's a great content creator. He's one of my favorites. I don't think you're allowed to partner Kick and Twitch. I don't know if that's true. I think there are quite a few people that are multi-streaming both. But yeah, and I'm not a partner on Twitch. So, it sounds like you got several years of that ahead of me. Yeah, maybe. Thank you, Thomas. Full events, maybe deep black coated concrete for the floors. Yeah, so yeah, the floors are not going to remain that color for sure. This could, probably, I don't even know if we're going to have floors yet. So but I guess it's probably good to test. If we do keep floors, I was thinking something like this. This is what that color is made for. But I don't know if we're gonna do them yet, but I suppose we might as well. If we are gonna do them, they are gonna look something like this, so we might as well do that. And then we could also change the color of these. Right, we could go copper, chrome. The chrome looks better than the black and yellow. Black and yellow. So I think that start there. All right, let's go where we can get a bunch of copper and a bunch of water and steal it from someplace else. And that's down here in the aluminum factory. You got this shiny stonk second. Do you have kids on Stater? You must have kids. That's actually the best part of that whole movie. And that's only because of who's singing it. The guy from Flight of the Conchords. Jermaine. All right, I think we're gonna steal things from here. We don't have the lights in over here. That's something we should fix at some point. All right, we're just gonna use this to make copper powder. This is a little bit of spaghetti, all right? Nobody freak out. Just temporary spaghetti. That's iron. So don't do that, dummy. Right. I want this. Actually, just in case we make more than I'm considering, let's do this. Copper powder. And summer sloop. Okay. Now what do we need to make? Pressure conversion cubes. Excuse me? Just an assembler? How quaint. Not gonna do it here. I'm gonna do it over here. So when we're done and I delete it, it's contained over here out of the way. Okay. All right. All right, we're making some. Okay, cool. Let's let this guy cook for a little bit, and we'll pull what we need to test how our machines look. So how easy is it to rebuild once you use phase 4? I want to like tear down everything, but I don't want to be without resources or take time. Rather finish phase 4. Yeah, I mean, I would consider leaving all your old stuff up to make materials to feed your newest designs. I would never tear down old factories until I built their replacements. There are plenty of areas on the map. You know, if you start in the desert, go to the forest and build your next factory, or go to the the Crater Lakes, or go up to, you know, the Pink Forest or something. Right, go to the Dune Desert, go to the Spire Coast. There's so many different places you can go. I wouldn't recommend deleting old factories until the new factories are there, because the old factories is what feed the boost. Yeah, 2 girls. Yeah, I've got 4 girls and a boy. So I know how that goes. All right, so I need to take my first really quick break for the day. It's nothing crazy. Nobody freak out. I just need 2 minutes to use the rest room. And I'm gonna make ourselves our usual little guy here. Okay, I'll be right back. The Red Bull hit me like a ton of... I'll be right back. See, that wasn't very long. And we're back. Okay. This is one of the coolest things I've built thus far. Probably not as cool as the Tyrell Corporation pyramid, but when all 4 of these factories are working and they're passing materials through sky trains and sky bridges and stuff, this is going to be a sick factory. All right. Some power up here. CubeWave has spent some channel points and has banned the use of the word accelerator for the next 5 minutes, starting now. I suppose I could just call these buildings PAs. I guess that's what we'll have to do. Do we have the power for the PAs? I think we do. Watch, I'm gonna build a habit of saying PAs, and then I'm just gonna say those, like, say that forever. Ooh, the lights are nice. That's cool. What do I want? And I think we set this to 50%. It's gonna bother me. Okay. I mean, at night is the best way to test this. Let's test both at the same time. Let's do the bottom one tested as Clippy. You speed up the ban of speeding up the word that is synonymous with speeding up. You got lucky. I was gonna ban the word the, but then I would get banned. Mikey already banned that word last night. Mikey banned the, or no, it wasn't Mikey, it was Ian. Ian banned the and but, B-U-T. They were, and Mikey banned a couple as well. So we've been there, done that. But I'm sure you can come up with something just as horrendous. Yes, it only applies to me. You guys can say what you want to try to elicit comments from me. But not on this one. Because the timer is complete. 5 minutes has elapsed where I did not say the word accelerator. Accelerator? I hardly know her. These are not clipping right. Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah. I already am not sure that I like the clipping. I like the lack of... Yeah. I'm not sure. The game's afoot. Yeah, something's afoot. One, two, three, four. Okay. Anything else I need to do here? Yes, I gotta hook these up. All right. Testing rig is complete. You get 1,000. Actually, no, you get everything. All right, this is the first nuclear pasta we've ever made. I've never seen these work in one of my games. You guys ready to accelerate some particles? Fly from last night is back. I'm gonna go Walter White on his ass. Get out of here, fly. There we go. Don't seem to be doing much. So to do trade off with the little circle and then the big circle and then the medium circle and the big one. They don't do a lot. I mean, they do, but they don't do it often, I guess. Maybe because they're underclocked, do you think? Well, the ones we're gonna do are gonna be underclocked as well. Let's test what we're gonna do. If we do this, it's 5 to 8. .625. Did I see the ban? Oh, you did another one. Oh no. I didn't see it. I was building. Okay, so we have another ban. Okie Sooner has banned the word it. He said it. He said it again. 5 minutes. This one may actually beat me. All right, what do you guys think? For me, Damn fly. The choice seems clear. I think this looks substantially better than this, especially if we start lighting them. Lighting them. Got an idea. Now, don't worry, I'll change the color. More light. See, ran out of copper powder. I am still trying not to say the wrong word. Cut these lower ones off. I'm not doing the clipping. Oh, I made it. I made it. I'm convinced of the thing where if you spend 100,000 points, it jump scares him and he has to kill his character. Oh, if it jump scares him? Well, I have to make sure that I do point expenditures that I can do in any game. Of course, I'm sure he does too, so I'm not sure how he does that in other games. But I do like the mental challenge of doing something like that. What if we do uplighting? Right, because we won't see the uplighting very often. Oh, the lights of the uplighting. I mean, I can make an entire floor of lights. I mean, that looks pretty sick. Oh, hey Barbie, hey Stampy, how's it going, guys? What do you guys think? I think I like the uplighting, and then obviously we do purple uplighting on the purple towers. I could also make a little lip here, so we're less likely to see these lights. We could do something like... like this. With the correct color. Yeah, it stops giving bounce glow from pretty far. I don't know. I don't know if I like it. The uplight version. It looks good when you're close, but we're not going to be close very often. You know what I'm saying? What if I put extra lighting on particle accelerators? I could do more subtle than that. That's a little thick. Hey, eye in the sky. What about clad in false? I'll let you try that one again. How do you get that micro move? When I move it or try to place things, it moves or snaps weirdly. Which micro move? On the signs here? This? You just mean this? I'm just, I'm not, I'm not hitting H or anything. Look, Ma, no hands. I'm just pointing at the sign and moving it a little bit. What about climbing the walls of the niches of windows so they mirror, reflect the lights? I was definitely thinking about shinier things so they can mirror the lights. But it's also clear to me that when you get far enough away, you can still see the signs. So we can still see the signs here, right? But like, you can't see the luminy bounced light. That uplighting effect went away. See, watch. See how it's darker because we're not getting. Well, now they turned off. Here. See, we get the uplight effect. Now it's working. Okay. Did I just fake myself out because when I got far away, the accelerators themselves turned off? Maybe that's what happened. Afternoon Kid, Lemon, your YouTube content, appreciate it all. Well, thank you. Gazalanche 77. What about clanging the walls of the windows? They mirror reflect. So you're suggesting maybe something like this. I was actually thinking if we want to do that, I was thinking one of these. That's the shiniest thing that you can get in a game. Is a black sign. Plus, I could get them lined up perfectly for perfect shiny coverage. That's the shiniest thing you can get in a game. I actually like that idea. We go pure shiny in the alcove. And then up lights. Let's check that here. Let's do the uplight test again. I'm now nervous that I messed it up. Some of it goes away. Not all of it. The reflections from glass. So I have that turned off. See how there's no reflections on these glass? Not really. I can see through it. Because the reflected glass is the version of the window that is the lower resource, right? It's the LOD distance version. And so when you get farther away, it switches to that, but I have that turned off. So I don't think this glass is reflecting here. Now this glass is reflecting because this isn't. So do you see? So it's hard to see this yellow line right here. It kind of fades in and out right there. I don't think that's the glass reflecting. I think that's the signs behind the glass reflecting, which is why I put the signs there. Gazlanch, I started your video playlist for this world too. Yeah, okay. By the way, just keep in mind, Gazlanch, that you're gonna hit a point. It's like episode 16. That I had to stop making those edited episodes. I lost my editor and there had a lot of stuff going on in my life and I could not continue editing them. And so you're gonna have to switch to the VODs. It picks up at like VOD 6, I think. All right, so just keep that in mind. There's a play. It'll like you'll be watching it and then all of a sudden it'll skip to me making this pink building that we can't really see. And it'll be like, I'm turning this on. And you're like, what the hell? And it's like 6 months of content because I couldn't make any videos in that time, any edited videos. So just, you'll have to switch to the VODs at that point. Yeah, see how shiny all this is? This is, that shine is, I believe, the signs behind the glass. Yeah, that's why I did it. The same thing happens here with these. But it's not really happening with this. Not really. I mean, it is a little bit. It's picking up some of the glow next to it, but it isn't really reflecting something else. Like this is reflecting this factory there, right? It's hitting the sign and bouncing back to me. So just like I think here, I like that idea. It does kind of go dark, doesn't it? But it doesn't go dark all the way, which is interesting. And then the shiniest thing I think we could do is probably what we're already doing, and that's chrome. You could carbon steel it, and then it would be shiny and dark. It's not bad. I hate it when a sign is no longer visible. It stops emitting light. Yeah. All right, I think I know what I want to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. The answer is more signs. Now, what about staggering them? That's probably not going to be worth it. They let it pretty good, even from out here. The only problem with the uplighting is, I bet you it will reflect off of our black shiny walls. May not be able to do both. May have to be able to do only the bottom uplighting or the black shiny walls. We may have to choose. Okay, question is this our next task? I'm not convinced that it is. But maybe it should be. All right. need Minikin. I need her to kill this fly for me. I don't really have a fly spotter. I just have the signed Minikin made for me that says I'm not playing Star Rupture. Come here, you piece of shit. I got him. And I think I just stunned him. Alright. The saga of the fly continues. Nobody clip that. All right. Perfect. I might make that into a members only short. Fly hasn't been back. Maybe he's taking the hint. No. All right, I messed up these. And I don't know why I can't think about both dimensions at the same time. So shiny. Is that my light? That's my light. It's probably the same fly. Construction. Did you experiment how it looks while placing the accelerators turn 90 degrees? The ring frontally facing outside. A little bit. The problem with that is there's less kind of exposure. Like I could clip this in here like this, right? But then you don't get to see the back rings at all. Not really. Are you laying the sign shingles vertically? I was, yeah, for these to get the shine. Oh, there's a miss. Oh, he's back. There's no dead body. He's on my big key light. That's the problem. And so then it's like, you know, buzzing around. Yeah, I've got that setting in D-Low as well. It's one of the reasons that my signs are lit so brightly and luminy. I wouldn't necessarily say it's a fix. I would categorize it as a setting change. Let's see. This would be easier to get rid of. You know, when and if we don't want it. Oh gosh. All right, what do you guys think? Correct. Dilo is right. The console command is formatted slightly differently than the engine command. Not a good angle. Today's episode is going to be called The Fly. Okay. Our 143 is done. Okay. Now put the barriers back. Bro. What's wrong with my brain? Oh my gosh, that took forever. Okay. I'm not sure how this is going to look. Delo, hydrate, posture check, and stretch. No cursing. I'll try to not curse. We're up to 191 viewers on YouTube. Welcome, everybody. I am doing some design work, and as you can see, things are a little extreme today. What if we did like... No, I was gonna suggest something silly. Oh, stretch and posture check. All right, here we go. That actually felt pretty good. Okay. Roll the neck out. All right. I keep saying that I'm gonna stop building so many signs. Listen, I can stop anytime I want to. I just don't want to. Better effing not curse, sir. Signs are my crack. This is your GPU. This is your GPU on signs. You know, I really do intend to be truthful when I say I'm gonna try to not build so many signs. Like I do intend for that to be the truth. But, you know, it gets away from me. Yes. Yes. Worrying high BS meter, high BS meter. No, I do intend to be good. I just don't succeed. You know what they say about the road to hell? Okay. And thank you for the $2 super chat. Okay, Sooner, I appreciate it. Is there a Moscow City inspired skyscraper? Yeah, there is. Yeah. The road to hell is paved with signs. It's right here. Here, let's see it in all its glory. There you go, Romeo. Romeo? Probably Romeo, huh? All right, I'm gonna try to kill this fly. Come here, you son of a... I didn't start the timer on the no swearing. I mean, I'm smacking him, but, you know, this is, it's a little flimsy. And it's against the, part of my light. You know what they say about the road to hell? It's all fun and games until you break your save because you use too many signs. Been there? Well, yeah, but have you been there since 1.0? Yeah, so accurate. You like it? Here, let's go in for a closer look. This actually is the one that is causing some issues with me because I put so many signs on this, way more than I'm building over there. That's That's fine. There are just a lot of signs. All that orange right there is a shiny sign turned off. All right, Lena, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I worked really hard to try to get it, you know, so that it really tries to feel like the right building. You were there in 1.1. Here's the back side of it. That's how I got that shine on there. There's all those signs. You had about 40 buildings that had about 80K signs each. Somebody did a check on my save. I was over 100,000 signs before I built these 4 towers over there. But I really tried to limit this amount of signs on these towers. There's you know, I don't know, maybe a couple thousand signs per building. But I'm at 100. You know, that's an extra couple. You know, maybe an extra 4%, which isn't really that much. And remember, I have these 4 buildings to build, and then 1 more building, and that's it. And the last building shouldn't have that many. Hey, DJ. All right, well, there you go. Hopefully I did your building justice. Yeah, just on the outside. Yeah, that is crazy. Now, a lot of my signs are little guys, like, you know, kind of stuff, little stuff like this, you know. And then a lot of them are also on the pyramid. What's that on the wall? The Mercury? There might be something partially clipping through. There's a merger that clips through a little bit. But I don't worry too much about it. You're right, use a graphical mod that turns things up to 11. Yeah, all I've done is that setting that you were talking about earlier. Yeah, 4K. Yeah, it probably. Yeah, that's now. I'm 3440 by 1440, but that's 2K at best, right? And I don't even think it's really 2K. Right, because it's not double the screen. The widescreen isn't double. It's not 1980, it's 1440, so it's like 1.5K, right? Still trying to make the Mercury base, but I got all the proportions wrong, I think. Not too good at this stuff. Just take your time and use the calculator. What do you guys think? Dilo got hit by the Star Rupture bot. You said, did you give Star Rupture a try during the playtest? And the bot hit him with, Star Rupture is like that new restaurant Kin keeps hearing about but hasn't tried yet. Although I turned in my I'm not playing Star Rupture sign into a fly swatter. Can I show more, please? Yeah, turn it on to see if the reflective walls are worth it. Yeah. More of the city. There's another building hiding over there. We got 3 buildings over here, 4 total that we're working on. I'm trying to figure out the design of this thing. Yeah, we got to see if the reflective walls are worth it, and we have to see if they're worth it at distance. And if anybody wants, here, let me hit everybody with a link. I've got a video that I still would love more views on. And more interaction with. I was hoping that YouTube would promote it a little bit more, but that's okay. So you win some, you lose some. But I've got a tour, a pretty detailed tour of the entire city playthrough, of the entire city. I just linked it in YouTube and on Twitch. So if you're relatively new and you want to know what's going on with this city, check that out. It is just me doing a tour in a live stream. But it's been edited up a little bit to clean out some of the like dead air and stuff, and it's like a 45-minute tour from the bottom to the top. So that's going to be a good video if you haven't had a chance to really see a lot about the city, you know? Patricia. All right, yeah, let's some of these we don't need. He's still hooked in. Do it there either. Oh my god. Well, okay, so I want to say something. Um, Cube, I'm not calling you out, okay? It's gonna seem like I'm calling you out, but I think that I want to say something about games that aren't finished. Okay. Star Rupture is in a demo. All right. I think it's unfair to say any game sucks because of a bug. Now, you could make a more nuanced point that, okay, well, there's a plethora of bugs, and because there's a plethora of bugs that I don't feel are getting addressed appropriately by the developer team, that is an indicator to me that they're not gonna do a good job of the game in the long run. Okay, I got you. But I think a bug, especially a game that is in a demo, I think is not a good indicator, or you should not hang your hat on that. And one of the reasons that this is forefront in my mind is I was playing Ashes of Creation last night. Somebody popped in. I'm literally in the middle of playing it. Okay, I'm enjoying myself. It's good. And I think it was after I was solo leveling, right? But when I'm with the group, it's a lot more fun. And he pops in and he goes, "Isn't Ashes of Creation a scam?" Right? The most leading question ever, right? And then I don't know if he stuck around or what, but I responded to him, but he never talked back. And I'm literally playing the game, right? I'm not recording a video about the game. I am in the game, literally playing it, right? You know, you're gonna have to make a more nuanced argument than it's a scam, right? Maybe, you know, if you want to make the argument that you think that, you know, they misrepresented what they're going to do, you know, from Kickstarter to here, you think that delays are bad, whatever it is, right? I think somebody that says, oh, isn't Ashes of Creation a scam? You're going to have to do better, right? I think it's intellectually lazy and to do that. Now, I'm not saying that you're doing that, Cube. Yeah, and yeah, current state, and I get that, but again, something like that is literally just a bug that can be, you know, fixed relatively soon. You know, judging a game off of that is problematic, right? Because it's early access games like this really need to be, you need to keep in mind that they're a work in progress. And I don't think hanging hats on bugs that are temporary is really the right way to look at a game. Now if you want a game that is completely bug free, you have absolutely have that right. Never play a game that's in early access then. You know, if you don't want to play Ashes of Creation until it launches, I completely respect that. You know, that is your prerogative. And vote with your dollars. We all have that right. But I don't know if you can take the step to that it sucks and or it's a scam if there are bugs in the initial testing phases. That's my only point. And again, I'm not calling you out. I'm just kind of using your what you said as kind of an example, mostly to talk about the dude from last night. Gene immediately Ashes of Creation is in the playable state. Couple of devs I backed, took money and raised and ran. Which one's Genie? Or Gene Beanie? Which one? Tell me, because I may have. I never did Star Citizen. But I don't think Star Citizen is a scam either, by the way. I just think that they didn't realize what they were getting into. And I'm not a fan of their monetization method, so I have chosen not to participate. But I'm not going to call it a scam. By the way, thank you for the gifted sub, Dilo, for Cube Wave. Now, if you were to say, I think Star Rupture sucks because it's a direct ripoff of Satisfactory and nothing's going to be good as Satisfactory, I think, well, except for that last part, right? But if you say that it's a direct ripoff of Satisfactory, that I think has more meat on the bone, because that's a design that's based off design, right? But yeah, I'm gonna run into this a lot playing alpha or early access games on the channel. I mean, up until last year, Satisfactory was early access, right? So, and we've had this discussion with, on the channel in different ways. I don't know, guys. Ooh, that looks cool. What do we think? It's not the same as Satisfactory. It's very different. It uses a whole different method of priority. Satisfactory, it is a pull system, unlike Satisfactory, which is a push system. Not interesting. Yeah, and by the way, I wasn't saying that it was, just to be clear. I was just using that as a possible example. Somebody else did say that. But that's good to know, Dilo. Dilo, you're the you started watching me during Factorio, right? Yeah, well, I appreciate it for the thanks for the information. You've been there since the Star Wars build. Okay. I don't know, guys. I'm not sure that it adds anything. Not sourced to know, and I'm not going to give said devs any more attention or advertisement. The class action lawsuit, one of those wrapped up, speaks for itself. Okay, that's fair. I was just curious if there was because I backed a game, and I was curious if you or I were talking about the same one. Let me see if my game has a class action lawsuit. Was it a Kickstarter? Is the abbreviation COE? COE? I think I found it. That's not my game. I backed Camelot Unchained. and I'm not happy with the direction that it went. It could have gone differently, but it didn't. What do you guys think about this? Hold on, I gotta reload the page. I don't know, I'm not impressed with this. You just began the Aquila Win harassment during Vexoria. Yes, that's what I remember you. Yes, okay, we found it. Well, yeah, no, my game is probably also not gonna happen. Camelot Unchained, it's fine. I'm playing Ashes of Creation. I don't know if it's going to do everything that I hope, but you know, I'll be there to find out, and we'll play it together, or I'll play it on the stream and you guys can watch. Once the loops is spinning, they're on. They should be spinning. Sancho, I have 2 mods on my game. One of them increases my inventory. The other one lets me control the lighting, the sky. So I have an extra mod. I have a mod for extra inventory. It's to make it so that when I'm streaming, I don't screw around dealing with my inventory for hours. It's a convenience thing, so that, because I don't think anybody wants to watch me deal with inventory crap. I still have to a little bit with the extra space, but it gives me a lot more room. Have you ever played EVE Online? Just seems like your type of game. It should have been. That should have been my game. I have a feeling though that if I had started playing EVE Online, I may never have met my wife. There's a joke going around of a certain. There's a meme going around of a certain Roach King that is an AI generated photo of him with a wife and children, and it said, if World of Warcraft never existed. That makes me think of that. Maybe I don't have a family if I had found EVE Online at launch. It is absolutely. Is the spiral blueprint in my Discord? Yes, it is. Be warned, it's Raycon. I don't know if I like this, you guys. I'm chatting with while we decide. Be warned, Raycon, it is very intense. When you go to build it and it's in the ghost mode, it will freeze your computer for a second. You have to be patient, let it load, okay? Especially if you don't have a top of the line computer, you can use it, but just be patient. Don't rush anything. It needs time to load. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not really happy with this whole thing. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm not happy with any of this. I think it throws off the look that I was getting, that I have achieved with this tower. I like your builds, man. Keep it up. Thank you. I don't know if I like any of this. What's your thought on No Man's Sky, infinite amount of planets and resources? Games like that always sound really good. I do know that No Man's Sky started off really poor, had received poor reception, and then they continued working on it and making it better, and it is regarded a lot more favorably now than it was at launch. I have a lot of respect for that. I do. Same thing with Cyberpunk. Now, they still made a mistake, right? They released the game too early, but That is a mistake that is fixable, and games like Cyberpunk and No Man's Sky, I think there's a couple other good examples too, that have essentially fixed their game after launch. I have a lot of respect for, and it gives me hope, you know? Now, obviously, it would be better if you didn't release the game until it's ready, and usually that is because of suits, right? The money. The money says release the game. We got to start getting paid. I think the best we can do on that is vote with your dollars. Only buy good games. And then if that happens, eventually I think the suits will wise up a little bit better. But if they can make money selling you shit, then they will continue selling you shit. Having said that, No Man's Sky, as far as the game goes, I like the idea, but I've never played myself. Well, there's supposed to be a total of 5, so we can do some under and overclocking, Delo. I have no problems with that. They look insane by themselves, but I get what you're saying. They're probably just not fitting the theme that you want. Yeah, they just... What about down the center in between the two lines? And then we keep the flat planes. Although those flat planes are a little bit boring, we could put lights there, but we can't put glass. Could we fake the glass? We did for the Mercury City Tower. That was very sign heavy. I'm planning on getting Subnautica 2 when it comes out, but who knows if that will ever happen. I think most games will come out. Can you get another 2 stacks of loops before? Yes. Yeah, I was thinking of doing 8 per. Or do you mean... So there's 6 per side. Oh, 6 per side. No, but I could probably do 5 per side. I could probably go 2, 2, 1. I don't know. This is supposed to be a sleek tower, like, you know, and I don't know. I don't like this. So Dilo, I don't think, if I don't like 2 of them, I don't know that adding more will fix it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like, now I get, obviously, as a whole, it doesn't look right because they're not all in, but I don't even think I like this. On its own. If you don't like it, delete it. I know. I'm probably going to. Okay. What else can we do? I don't know. So here's what I'm thinking. If I slot those in between the 2 lights, and so it runs down the center, I think that may be better. But then that means that we have all this open space without any texture or change because we don't have any glass at this 45 degree. So what could we put there? Well, we could put signs, we could put pillars, we could put beams. Can't put glass. Unless we did little cutouts. I don't want to do that either. I think trying 5 per side on both sides would look cool. Yeah, I'm just worried though that 5 per side on both sides, if I spend an hour doing that and it has the same fundamental issues that I have with this now. And that is that it takes away sort of the sleek look that we have. Make them a part of the sky bridges. The sky bridges are pretty tiny. The sky bridges are down here. And I need 20 of these. Right? So I don't know if that, from a scale perspective, is really gonna work. We stick it between the lights. If I overclock them, are they lit up more often? Right? If I underclock them, are they, because it's part of the cycle, right? Really cool if you could turn one particle accelerator to 180 degree and the other one next to it the same line, like a human cyberpunk eye. Cycle takes the same amount of time, they just output more. Yeah, 48 seconds. No. Maybe. 78. Is it catching it? 82, 83, 84, 80. That seems to be going faster. Underclocking makes it take longer. Okay, so if we take this to 100, they should be the same. 93, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 120. I don't know, guys. Do I play shooting games? I used to. I'm too old for that now. I used to play a lot of Modern Warfare 2, the first Black Ops. I played that a lot. I haven't played a shooter game in many years, probably 15 years. It's like 1 per second. Well, it's literally 2 per second. It only lights up during part of its cycle, right? Well, I mean, either way, wouldn't it make it so that the part where it's flashing lasts less time anyway? So, I mean, I don't know. All right, here's the problem. If I stick it in the middle, it's hard to see. I'm undecided. I usually am not undecided for so long. This feels like a new thing for me. What do you guys think? I like this better already. Goofy Shep. Hey, Minikin, I'm alive. Good night, everyone. Minikin, it's good to know that you're alive. Getting back at 12:40. I was expecting you later. Good job. Getting home. I'm glad that you're alive. Minikin was out doing some stargazing out in the middle of nowhere with my little sister. But if we follow the curvature, okay, I like this better. Let's get rid of get rid of all these. These didn't add anything. I feel like I've been spinning my wheels here tonight, you guys. I intended to build the bus lines, and instead we have done some other BS. Am I capped out? Am I? Oh no! Jeez. Mistakes have been made. Really big mistakes. Does anybody know how to get to 000 on the map? You have to like, can you even get to it? I just dumped a crap load of mats into the box. Like because the boxes aren't here. They go someplace else now. When you delete a blueprint, I think. Sad. I think they go to the, yeah, even with the bigger inventory mod, yeah. I'm like a goldfish. I expand into the tank in which I am sitting. All right. I want to get it under the windows. Okay, so the first one is going to be here. then let's pick a number of meters from this. Let's see what looks good. Eight's probably the best. How many are we gonna lose? 2. How much space do we need? Should this be... would actually solve a lot of problems. No, I don't like it there. We have to go one up. Man, this has been a really design heavy. I was hoping for more production today, but you gotta do what you gotta do. What if we make a rule that that would be 1 meter in? Okay. 2 meters in on this one. I feel like I'm a lot closer. Okay, it matches the curvature. Dilo hit me with everything again. Ugh. Guys, you're gonna make me have to go to the bathroom again. But I have to take another break. You can blame Twitch. Azirius Oximus, I missed your follow. Thank you for the follow. Posture check and stretch. Okay. Just did it. Spam and posture check. I'll check you. So I like this better already, because it feels a little bit more organic with the curvature. And then keep in mind, we have to do it again over there, right? And we can't reverse it. And I don't think I want to flip it around. kept everything the same. Hey, Sushi Cat. The middle one feels like it could be moved over to the right. I hear what you're saying, but I was very careful to make sure that it was 8 meters from the outside wall on the clip. See how basically if I do 1 meter over, even a half a meter, it clips through. And then I put the box on the edge. Does that make sense? I did that in all places. So it is a sort of sweeping a little bit. You got to put a cooldown on. I'll see if I can remember to do that. Imagine Ken playing VR Satisfactory, but all we see is him and his arms flailing around on the screen. Oh no. What in the hell is this? Well. Got a damn emergency. I think I know where the crash is, but I should have double checked. Yep. Shocked. Shocked. Well, not that shocked. So the hold up. I got an idea. I want to see the crash. I want to see what happened. We're gonna save scum so I can see the crash. So let me get down there, get in place, and watch it. Because I have no idea how to fix it. Well, actually, I do know how to fix it. I have no idea how to fix it without rebuilding my entire set of train stations. Because I made a huge mistake when I built them. Your trains just started crashing after literally hundreds of hours of everything working just fine. Yeah, I mean, the same thing happened here. I mean, I built these in probably, what, hour 600? We're in hour 850. So, I feel your pain. All right, let's get there. I went back one and a part of one. So we should be there in plenty of time. What is this? Definitely train tracks and perhaps even signals were changed in 1.1. That was a weird freeze, but at least it didn't kick me. I mean, talk about all quiet. Now, let's talk about the right way, what I should have done. You should always make sure that when you have a train station coming off of a main line, that you have an entire train's worth, minimum one entire train's worth of space between that station and where it comes off the line. Because that way, if something happens and you get a backup, see how, you know, his ass is out of the way, right? But like, barely. Now, theoretically, it shouldn't crash. It should just stop until he gets out of the way. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, and I think maybe that's what's happening, D-Lo, is that it should just be stopping using a signal. But it's crashing. Now, part of that is, you know, my trains are racing down the hill. Okay, I get that. But in theory, these should not crash, even with the, all it should do is stop it, right? So like if, you know, I got a train here and there's a train out here waiting for it to turn in, another train shouldn't crash into the back of it. It should be stopped at the correct block signal. This part of this game is a troubleshooting? Yeah. Only 4 carriages per train. All right, so this is the autosave we reload to. If we need to see it again. So all these guys are waiting to start. So that's definitely part of it. And I spread out all the trains coming out of here. Watch it not crash. If it has room to stop, it should stop. Well, if we hit another autosave, then I don't know what to do, because I went back 2 autosaves, or an autosave and a half. We could do a little better here. Watch. Okay, we can make an adjustment here. By the time he gets there, it should be green, so he doesn't have to stop. It's just a slight adjustment. His ass is not quite out of there, and it's forcing him to slow down and stop, or slow down. Okay, so I can move that one chunk up, and I think that it's more effective. Because he has to tap the brakes right before he's going up the hill. The whole point was that the momentum that he meets here see, he's having to stop just a little. But I don't want to leave in case we get the crash. So that's one thing that we can do to just a little bit speed everything up, because it doesn't seem like a lot, but it's a loss of momentum going up this hill. See, watch. It's red. It's red. He's braking. Now it's green. It just needs a little bit. It just needs a tiny little bit. I mean, we should have the crash, guys. This is the quantum crash. I'm gonna run up there and change it. I want to see it working. There's no way we get a crash. The autosave is done. I went back an autosave and a half, and we've just gone forward 2 autosaves. Your ass out of there, and then he can keep rolling. Get rid of this one. I mean, maybe this would, because the only way I think that this crashes is if this exit queue is too slow. All right, there was a little bit of braking there. There was a really busy time, right? When these guys were all backed up. Now, what were you saying? Yeah, Did you forget the rules of quantum physics? I know. This is Schrodinger's train. I would move that upward block forward one tile in case it's interfering. You mean like this one? I mean, I could actually do this. And that would help as well. It looks a little funk. Now let's make it match. That looks good. He just sped right through. Did you see that? I was trying to watch for a crash, but I really need to watch for this release. Are you stopped? Oh, do we have a winner? What's the I can't move around fast enough, damn it. What's the signals look like? I wonder if, because I'm using some path signals here. I mean, we've really retained their speed going up. This change here has been very good. Red. He had to stop. He didn't. There definitely is like a rotation of the cycle where all the trains are kind of hitting at once. I'm usually with you on the path signals versus the block signals. I was trying to speed up throughput. Basically, if one guy's butt, honestly, I think we get rid of the path signals. I think we get rid of the path signals because I have found an alternative method of achieving what the path signals were put there for. Okay, these two path signals, I don't think we need. And honestly, I don't think it's necessarily even the right use case for it. Basically, the only time that the path signal would, here, let's check this one. It's already green. Nice. The only time the path signal would be useful, watch. It's not even useful. Oh, it's a block signal now. It's a block. No wonder it treated it was a block. I treated it like a block because it was a block. Okay, now it's a path. The idea is that there's an ass hanging out. He gets to go a little bit sooner. But it didn't even really seem to work, did it? He was out of the way, and the path didn't let him move. This isn't exactly what path signals are supposed to do. I don't think it was the problem, but I also don't think... Uh-oh. I wonder if this happened. Temporary blockage up there. I still think this change we made is good, and I think taking the path signals and turning them into block signals removed a variable, an unnecessary variable. You only put your block signals at the center of the radius of every curve versus on the end. Well, these are I've made blocks here, right? Can I just chop it there? Wow, that's new. That's a 1.1. You used to only be able to put them on the seams. Hey, orbital. So I like having tiny blocks. But see how spread out these all are? It's done that way on purpose. He's red. He had to slow down, but he's green now. Didn't have to slow down too much. Why are you stopped at the green, bro? Now you're all slow as hell. I can't remember why I did this, but I don't like it. This is not what I want to be doing today. And yet here we are. What if I just ran a second up ramp? I can't. How does the train decide which ramp to take? There's no train logic in the game that says, oh, this ramp over here is blocked. I would have to run a separate line all the way up to separate stations. Right, Delo's right. They will always take the shortest routes, regardless if something's blocking the way. So yeah, I would, and that's, by the way, what I've done with the stackable. There is 2 lines running up there, right? But the other line is for everything else we're going to put in the save. I do think probably when this line merges from the line from the pyramid and goes up, that there's probably every once in a while too many trains and that starts to back up. There is maybe something I can do about that a little bit. Maybe my sections leading into that intersection are too large up at the top of the plateau. Probably I'll go up there, cut the longest sections in half with 2 block signals, and I think that'll plus this change that I made here, all of that. I mean, this is a much smoother acceleration time. I mean, everybody is leaving, the train is leaving the station much faster than it was. All right, let's see how this one does. He's cooking. He's gonna have to stop. He didn't lose all his momentum, though. Your patience is incredible. Yeah, well, the thing is, I need wider sections at the beginning of the train's journey so that they spread out a little bit, and then narrower sections at the end of the train's journey in case they start to back up. I think that is what is happening. He's green. Now he's a long one, so he should fire up there. He's now, and there's a couple other things, right? So you're supposed to be able to get 5 trains, fully loaded trains. Sorry, 5 carts per locomotive, fully loaded, going up a 2-meter ramp. Okay, but I pushed that to exactly 2 meters. If I'd have just made it a little bit less, right? 2 meters over 8, a slope of 2 over 8, okay? Because a foundation is 8, and so it's a 2-meter ramp, and that's 2 over 8. That's the implication when I say 2 meters. I did exactly 2 over 8. If I had done something like 2 over 9, all the way up, we would be having far less problems. He stopped. Now he's gonna stop. This is the kind of stoppage I want to avoid. Trains need to keep going up the hill. We spread them out at the bottom of the hill. They need to keep going up the hill. All right, here's what I want to do. I want to put one here. Take out this one. See, this is a 5-to-1, and it's fine. They will maintain their momentum going up this 2/8 slope that I have, but they will not, and I'll prove it to you, watch. They will not speed back up. All right. So let's go center, center. 40. 80, 84, 21. So $84 divided by 21. Over 8. That's the same as 2/8, right? Yeah, it's exact. I made it exact. That's a 2/8 slope. Right? If you divide 20. Am I insane here? You divide them both by 10? It's 2/8. Okay. So if I had just made it a little bit shorter. Or I'd made it a little bit longer. No, I want to shorten the gap from stopping up there. I hear what you're saying. I don't want to go much shorter than this because this is a train length. It doesn't make much sense. If I put this here, it doesn't really matter. Well, okay, I see what you're saying. It matters sometimes. The times that it matters may matter. I think the big problem's up here at the top. I think I took out too many. I think we have what we just fixed way worse up here. I should go green. Oh, his ass end is just hanging out there, isn't it? So you think... All right, Cube Wave. Come on, fatty. Get up those stairs. You think everyone on the way up after this break? Now, is he gonna run into him? Shouldn't. What we have to do is avoid this situation where these guys have to slow in the first place. That's what I want to do. I get that these extra sections here, you know, help them fix themselves when there's a problem, which is good. The best solution is prevention. Now these fatties are trying to haul their butts up this hill. See, I made this slope just a little too much. Just a little. But it's enough. Now, this will help a lot up here because there's not enough room to queue the trains when they have to wait. I'm just gonna do this. I'm just gonna do this because I can. You can't stop me. Fit a little bit more of a train ass in there, just so that we hopefully don't lose the momentum. See, now he's gonna stop. I want to watch it happen. I want a busy intersection here where we have trains coming up here. These have sped up, and then it runs into a couple of trains in a row entering here, and we have to make a decision. And I'm gonna do this too. Oh, wow. Okay, this was bad. That is a huge section. Leading up to a potential problem. That probably helped too. The only things that went wrong for me were 4-direction loops, and I don't know what I can do to fix it. I've deleted all of it. It all works fine except for that. Yeah, 5 less than 5. Yeah. All right, so here we go. Someone's gonna have to make a choice. All right, he got in first. Bink, he stops. See, he stopped on a dime, which is why I don't understand the crash from earlier. There was no way that guy was ever going to run into that train. That's on a merge, I guess, and the other thing's a split, perhaps. I want to see the problem child. I want to see a backup. We've had several of them from this point. Check all of our trains. Everybody's all right. There's a bunch coming up the hill. And there's a bunch in there. Maybe they... Okay, here comes one. We got him and another one behind him. All right, let's see how this happens. I see you over there, D-Lo. Okay, we're stopping. That's gonna cause that train to stop. Maybe not fully stop because I added these extra. See, his momentum is not gonna be completely lost like it would have before. But he is gonna have to stop now. The next guy, because this guy was there. Where's the next one? Here comes the next one. He's gonna have to stop. This guy's coming. Who's gonna get in first? He did, so he stops. Got another train. He's gonna have to stop. I added more than every possible gap, D-Lo. I put in halvesies. Right now, if we can maintain our momentum a little bit here. I mean, this is it, right? This is the moment that things are crowded and starts to cause a chain reaction. That's interesting. Why did he get to go? Why are you not going? Okay, now you've started. No, it dinged again. What the heck? Are these all blocks? That should not be happening. You get in, and that goes red. It did. You guys should take turns, bro. Okay, now this should go green. It is. He's slow. He's slow. Okay, he made it in. Now he stops. Oh, he had to stop for 2 in a row. This is the potential problem area. Is there another train coming around the... Yep. What in the hell? Do halvesies all the way up so they don't have to stop so often and lose momentum. Do it on that brake. It's on the way up. The sections need to be smaller on the climb, and they need to be wider on a decline. George Emery, love your commitment and dedication. Thank you. I am looking forward to applying this dedication and commitment to other games. No, that's bad. So bad. So bad. I probably broke everybody and everything in that moment. I slammed on that train's brakes when I flipped that over. Usually need pass it. I don't think you need the path signals on the merging, because a path signal looks ahead. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just have no way of... From my understanding of pass signals, I don't know if that's the right use for them. But Cartman, you may have more experience with them than me, so I would not feel comfortable putting a pass signal on that merge. Hey, while we're here, let's say hi. We never get to say hi to him. Hans. Oh, Hans has computers for us. Hans Gruber, everybody. Ah! I was kidnapped. I was kidnapped. We don't want him to fall. Yeah, Dilo, I know what you're saying, and I feel that way. I'm not going to judge you, because I feel that way about fluids. But I have gotten Path in to work out pretty much every time for me. As long as I'm using them in the correct application of path signals. And I'll show you a correct application of path signals when we get up here. Okay, all right, Cartman T. In my experience, crashes can happen because they both block, but then inch forward, so if enough trains keep trying, it will crash. I hear what you're saying. That does make sense to me. I would have to experiment with path. So path signals on a merge does not immediately make sense to me. But I hear what you're saying. I would have to experiment and I have to watch it happen. And I've spent too much time on trains today already to do that tonight. But I will keep that in mind. And I have gotten path signals to work in their appropriate applications. But you're right, Dilo. I tried to design intersections that don't need them. All right, and I will give you, and this is a perfect example. Okay, I designed this intersection so that it doesn't need any path signals. Okay, this is a full block signal intersection. Okay, and I'm very happy with this. This is better, in my opinion, than a path signal intersection because trains don't have to stop. Okay, imagine if this was connected like this, right? Through here, and then from there to there. That's where it was before. That's how I had this. And in this crossover right here creates the need for a path. All right, and the reason is because if there's a train traveling through this and a train traveling through this, if you just use blocks, it will block out that middle section and they cannot go. It's kind of like when you stop at a stop sign. If neither of you have your turn signal on, you can both go at the same time, right? But if this guy's got his turn signal on to pull in front of you, okay, then this guy's got to wait. It's exactly like stopping at a stop sign. You know, I look at the guy, he doesn't have his turn signal on, he starts going straight, and I go, okay, I can go. Okay, because my path is free through the intersection. That's what a path signal is good for. If it was only blocks, then even if that guy was going straight, I could not go through as well. All right? But I would rather just use flyovers like this to avoid the whole problem altogether, which I've done. Because why? Well, because even with a path signal, this intersection was too slow, and I'm trying to run too many trains. Okay, and it was just too slow. I did the same shit here. Okay, same thing here. No crossing. There's no crossing happening here. There's just splitting and merging and flying over and flying under. No path signals. At least there shouldn't be. If there's a path signal, it is a mistake that's left over. So I like to not use path signals because I think that the intersection that you need them for is less efficient than an intersection like this. Right? Think of a stop sign or a stoplight intersection on a surface street versus a freeway interchange. I want a freeway interchange. I don't want stoplights. At a stop sign, the person on the right has the right of way 100% of the time. Yeah, well, yeah, but what if? Okay, on a stop, that's not the example I used. Okay. Who's got the right of way? We both come to the stop sign at the same time. Which one of you are on the right? That's the example I used. I meant in America. I'm talking about America. Who's got the right of way? You come to the intersection at the same time. Now, what I was saying is, if I'm here, right, this is me, and this guy does not have his turn signal on, and he starts to move forward, he gets to about right here, I'm gonna go forward. Even though he's not even out of the intersection yet, I know my path is clear. Okay? That's what a path signal does. If it was a block signal, then as soon as he is inside this section, right? As soon as he's in here at all, I can't go until his ass is all the way out of this section. Then I can go. That's a block signal. Intersection. But I would rather make it so that this guy can never cross this guy's. I want to get rid of this right here. So what I did is I made it so that this pulls out like this, goes up and over, and then remerges. Or he pulls out like this, comes around. This is actually what I did. He pulled out, comes around, and then merges in this way, so that this path and this path never cross. Okay, I don't want that. Okay, so and if you look, that's what I did. See, I pulled it out here, and then we went up and flew over and dropped down. This train will never cross this train's path. See, he avoids it completely. And then you don't need a path signal. I mean, look at this. He would have had to stop. Right? So this stuff doesn't seem like it makes that big of a difference, but if you're running a high throughput of trains, this is what can cause issues. All right, I'm done with this. We've made some changes. Maybe there'll be another crash in the future, but not today. One of you will always be there 99% of the time. Well, what I'm saying is my example, neither of us were on the right. So your comment of, well, it's just whoever's on the right is, well, I mean, in any case, even if somebody's on the right, D-Lo, 99.99% of the time, one of you is there first. Why isn't it just whoever's there first gets to go first? And actually, that's the part that I always pissed me off when I was a teenager learning how to drive. This whole the person on the right of way gets to go first. That's BS. Whoever's at the line first gets to go first. Okay, the whole thing is stupid. Because you're right. The only time that matters is when two people will just happen to get there at exactly the same time. The person on the right, that's fine. But like you said, yeah, you would drive a big ass V8 truck, you go first, nice. Belt fed build. It makes for way more efficient layouts if you make them that way. I agree. Sorry, belt fed. I didn't see that. Yeah, Train, I love your community dedication. Fake account. Some block signs do not seem to change the track color. Fake account on mine, or were you just saying in general? Because you're right, that could be a problem. The track color should change from block sign to block sign. Let me know, fake account, if you saw that with my playthrough, or if you were just talking about in general. I'm surprised more City Skyline players don't play Satisfactory. Well, to be fair, this was very, 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 very difficult. And very time consuming. I'm going to be at probably 1,100 or 1,200 hours in a game that should really only take me about 100 hours to beat. Maybe 200 hours to beat, right? Probably 5 to 6 times longer than it should take. Okay. Belt fed. The color changes sometimes so slight it's hard to tell. I agree. Been building a double-decker roundabout in town tonight. Nice. Lifting turns are nice. Don't interrupt the flow. Yes. Treat it like a don't treat it like a stoplight or stop sign intersection. Treat it like a freeway exchange. Like an interchange for cars, structured link that think of a cloverleaf. Yeah. Actually, the cloverleaf is like the worst one, but I know what you're saying. If one starts structuring more like a highway system, in most cases the traffic is smooth. We agree. Oncoming traffic, most don't think about this. Yep. It's how I make my layouts. Agreed. We're on the same page there. I can beat phase 5 in 125 hours, but I don't want to, and you can't make me. What do you guys think about? You know what I might do? I'll need after I finish this playthrough. It's going to take me another 3 or 4 months to finish this because I'm going to go down to 1 satisfactory night a week. But when I do finish this, what do you guys think? And I take a break and I cleanse my system of satisfactory. What do you guys think about watching me do a speed run? I'm not to like be first place. I'll never beat what's his name? I can't remember what his name is. I feel bad. If I heard it, I would know it. I'll never beat that guy. Yes, Epiphany. I'll never beat him, but it would be fun. I'd like to see how fast I can get it. The free-flowing interchanges like the one you build are almost always better in every scenario I can think of. I agree. What we were talking about is some subtle differences on why not to use path signals. Somebody said, I never use them, I just use blocks. And I said, I do too. But if it is an intersection that requires path signals, I will use them. But what I try to do is not make the intersections that require path signals in the first place. That's a subtle distinction, right? If I made an intersection that had to have, for whatever reason, if I had to have a path signal, I would use it, even though I prefer not to. Best to avoid the need for a path signal in the first place, like the flyover interchanges. Yeah, that could be fun. Epiphany is number 2. Noob. Wait, did he get beat? Well, you guys, it would be some fun. It would be some fun spaghetti from me. That's for sure. Reaping for fun. Welcome, first time chatter. Thank you for being here. We were in the middle of a really difficult design decision when a train crash completely threw off my train of thought. I thought you'd like that. Oh, there's an Asian guy that beat him by quite some time, and Epi has been trying to beat him for a month or so now. Good for him. He needs some competition. I love that shit. Make him work for it. All right, what do you guys think? I know Sushi, you made a comment and I didn't even read it because we had to run to deal with the train crash. I don't even know if you're still here, Sushi Cat. It's like an hour effing around with trains. Felt fed. Wish I could stream like this. I would help so many people with trains. Well, you know, why can't you? First of all, I'd ask, why can't you? Second of all, if you can't, just give me the information. I will help people with trains, and I will take all the credit and give you none. I think that is an equitable exchange. I know. Well, listen, to be fair, it wasn't just Squirrel, right? We had a train crash. It was more like our house is on fire. We have to go fix it. A little more important than Squirrel. Having said that, I squirrel out constantly. Okay. It just wasn't that time. Okay. I think I am liking this setup here way better than the first try. That first try, I just had this like bad feeling that I just couldn't shake. I did not like it. I did not like green eggs and ham. Where's the... Okay, right there. Right there. I'm already feeling better about this. Sometimes you just have this like nagging feeling that you're not really sure why. Like, you know, you're getting some red flags. You can't necessarily explain it, but you just like, ooh. I kind of was feeling that way about this. Sorry for the derailment. Sorry for the derailment. I have, I think, 140 trains in my world, and only in the last week have I had issues in two particular parts. One is a four-way loop, the other is at a point, but I think missed a block still on the curve, still in testing, but maybe another 100 hours till it resurfaces. Are there any of the buildings empty? Yes, but only the ones that I haven't built in yet. Okay, I just built the shells for these 4, and I've only begun filling them, right? The completed buildings are all full of machines, and they are my factories. I love this dude, great show. I try. All right, let's get to where we can judge and see if this is even, okay? Can we get any more light on this situation? All right, I like the curvature. It's either this or they're even all the way up. Boom, 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 and they're even like this. I think this is probably better. But, okay. I know the problem. Okay, let me see if I can explain this. The center of the building are centered, but the rings aren't. Our eyes are going to get drawn to the rings. The rings are not centered. The buildings are, but because the rings are off center, then they're not the same. So what we need here is 25 from the center to the exterior clip. All right, let's measure here. Because I want the rings to be even, not the buildings. Nobody gives a crap about the buildings. See? 25 is here. It's off. It's off just enough. Okay. So what is here? That's 9. 9 plus what is 25? 19. Right? Wait. No, not 19. Sorry, that's 5. I've been streaming for too long. 16. That's gonna work better. Yeah, the rings, I centered the building, but because the rings are off center, and by the way, this gives us a same, perfect. 25, the 26th meter is out of bounds. Boom, same thing there. That's what we have to do. 26th meter is outside of the building. And so I'm measuring from the edge, and instead of measuring the edge of the building to the edge of the circle, I'm measuring the center of the ring to the edge of the circle. So let's see what this is. 8. So 8 plus what is 25? 17. There. Again, 17 there. By the way, thank you for the follow, Reaping Fund. I don't know if I thanked you for that. In fact, I wonder if my notification is going off. That's the second follow I've missed today. Right there. All right, let's look again and see if we like that. Like a splayed book. Interesting analogy. That looks better. And remember, the rings are going to be lit. I think we're done. I might add lights, but not until I see these things turn on, I don't think. We did some testing earlier. I'm just not convinced that it needs anything. Okay, that's all we need to do. Now we only need 5 on each building, so we'll underclock by what, 80%? We have 6, but we only need 5. 6 times 0.8. 4.8. It's a stupid number, isn't it? Yeah, 83333. So that's what we'd have to do. 5 times 0.8333333. No, 6 times. Yeah, it's 5. Okay. Okay, what does this mean? What have we been trying to do? We were trying to build this stuff in here, but we couldn't until we knew what the hell we were doing out here. This has been one long if-then problem that we're trying to solve. Y'all have a good one and like the video. All right, Beltfed, have a good night, and thanks for stopping by and saying hi. On very rare occasions are you going to be in the exact spot. Only if the thing that is drawing your eye is in the center of the actual building itself, which is probably, I agree, very rare. I really have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. 2 minutes, guys. Enjoy the quick little dolly tour of this part of my factory. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Sounds like one of those, but I will now. I will know moments. Amco. Whoop. There we go. I will know. Got it. Yeah, this. Oh, it has to have a version of play or plays ahead of it for it to trip the bot. Can I have a question? Can you get the ramp walls to stand the other way? For example, the 2-meter ramp wall pointing upward with the 2-meter edge on the ground and the 4-meter edge pointing upward. Delo's not getting the the bot to go off. Ramp walls. Blake Fullable. Hey brother, have you ever dealt with any paid medication addictions or been on anything to manage any pain long enough to get psychological dependency? So here's the deal. If that were a legitimate question, if this is a legitimate question, I would be happy to answer, but this doesn't feel like a legitimate question because I've never seen you chat in here before. Does that make sense? The Star Rupture bot has caused Delo to trip out. Okay. Niazul, can I have a question? Can you get the ramp walls? Let me answer Niazul's question, and then we'll decide what we're gonna do with Blake Fullable's question. Now, you don't mean these, right? You mean stand these on their end? No, not without a mod. You mean stand these up, right? Same thing with the actual walls themselves. How I would do this, if I was going to do this, is I would do it with beams. Okay? That's how you do it. All right. Sorry, that just felt like a bot question or something weird. You know what I mean? And maybe I'm overly sensitive to that, but I see so much weird shit as a content creator. You guys would not believe me. By the way, while we're on the subject, if you friend request me on Discord, I will ignore it. In fact, I think I have them turned off. I got way too many friend requests and honestly, message requests. If I don't talk to you regularly, I will probably just ignore the message request, to be frank, because people are weird, bots are weird, and the last thing I want is for my Discord or something weird to get hacked, because my, ask Bits about that. So, I'm probably a little overly sensitive. So don't take anything that I say personal on that. By the way, if you do want to ever get a hold of me, just tag me in the general or in the Satisfactory portions of Discord. I will see it. No, you're fine, Blake. You're fine. Have you ever dealt with any paid medication addictions or been on anything to manage pain long enough to get psychological dependency? When I got in my motorcycle accident, so let me back up. When I had my infection in my leg, I got an infection in my leg and I almost died. About 3 or 4 months before I started this YouTube channel. Make of that what you will. Is this YouTube channel a bucket list and or a midlife crisis? Make of that what you will. I was only ever given Norco, right? Which, to my understanding, is basically just super Tylenol. Other people may be able to say more or less, but that it is much less habit forming than other things. I only ever had Norco. Well, that's not true. I only took Norco. I was only self-administering Norco. I had a bunch of other pain meds, but I didn't give them to myself. Thank you for the follow. By the way, I appreciate it. However, that was in 2023, right? Where doctors and culture is a lot more aware of pain medication addiction. When I was in college, I had a Ninja 500, and I got in a car accident on the freeway. I hit the back of a truck. I never saw brake lights, but it was officially technically my fault. He jammed over right in front of me, and it's fine. He never stopped, by the way. The guy that, because I hit the back of him, right? And I flipped up. I landed on the hood of the car behind me. That guy happened to be a Vietnam field medic. I remember thinking, oh, today's the day. Because I knew in my mind that I was going to crash one day on my motorcycle, right? And I remember thinking, oh, that's today. I'd been riding for about 10 months, but every day. I used it for commuting. I remember thinking to myself, the YouTube videos of crashes of the motorcycle racers pulling their arms in and rolling. I thought about that. I did that. I rolled. After the impact, I remember rolling. I kept thinking to myself, hey, as long as I don't get run over, I'm good. Like, I made it. Like, I've lived, you know? Because I survived the initial impact, right? I remember thinking all these things. I do not remember hitting the hood of the car behind me. That's what the guy said. I could see the dent where my ass hit it, so I believe him. I don't remember taking off. I had armored gloves. But what happened was, you know, the clutch in a motorcycle, right? You know, the curvature, right? So this curvature right here, right? The handlebar is right there, right? But this clutch curves in. The truck that I hit the clutch, and it crushed my hand between the handlebar and the curve of the clutch, which centered on my middle finger. You can't really see, but my finger's I have no knuckle there. And it's been 20 years, 23 years, something like that. So there you go, right? By the way, I couldn't bend this middle finger for like 10 years. So I was constantly flipping people off. I had 2 or 3 surgeries to repair my hand. During that time, that was 2005, I think, 2004, 2002, something like that. I was given Vicodin. And now, I was still living at home because I was going to college when that happened. I was actually on the way to class when I crashed. And I'll re-chat in a second. I'm going to finish the story. And while I finish the story, I'm going to try to actually do a little bit of building as well. But this one's such a pain. My mom administered my pills because I was beyond loopy. Like I couldn't really make decisions, right? The pain, you know, that, and at the time it was fine. It was just Vicodin, whatever. Like now, I don't think I would be given that. Does that make sense? So you know, because it's a different time, you know. Now she gave them to me, you know, because I didn't I couldn't be trusted to remember if I took one or not. That's really it, right? That's what I needed. I needed somebody to keep track, write it down. Okay, he took a Vicodin at 10 o'clock in the morning. He can't take another one till X o'clock, right? So I didn't have any access to the actual pills. All right, and even still, and I messed around. I chewed them up. I put the powder in milk and all sorts of crazy stuff. Because I was in college and I was screwing around and I thought it was fun. And you know, we didn't really like. It wasn't the same as it is now, right? We didn't think about it the same. And when I ran out, they didn't give me any more, right? So, and that's good. So that's the extent of my experience. I can tell you that I probably took them for a month, but I was kind of weaning off of them, even while I was on them. Honestly, I think my mom was pretty responsible about it, and even though it wasn't the same as it is today, we still, you kind of knew that you got to be careful with this shit, right? And so I felt it. I felt coming off of it, and it was hard to concentrate. I actually failed a class in the fall semester because of it. I had the accident in summer. It was summer school. On the way to class, that's when I had it. But I was still getting surgeries and stuff by the time the fall came around. And I failed a class because coming off the medication was difficult. So, and I wasn't even really doing it for that long. So that is the extent of my experience with it. I don't know if I can help. But there's the story. Let me catch up on chat. Also not trying to bring the mood down. Just recently found myself getting more inconvenienced by medication from a motorcycle accident. Also, it's getting hard to juggle medication pain. Yeah, I was lucky in the fact that I didn't have a family to provide for. It was summertime. I basically laid in bed for 3 months, healing up. And yeah. Oh, where do you live, Blake? What country do you live in? Just curious. I need a hole to get in and out of here. Let's pop this too. Yeah, I don't know. I've had some other stuff. My back. I hurt my back in 2021, and I had a bulging disc, or several of them, and I was supposed to get surgery. I basically fixed myself with we done here? I think I was missing one. But that was very painful until it was repaired. I did it with decompression. Basically, I hung upside down until my back slipped back into place. That's basically what I did. Are we done with all three of these? Nope. That was super, super painful, and I had a family to take care of at that point. The infection that I had, I didn't really, by the time I got home, they had dealt with it enough to where my pain was pretty manageable. But again, that was, as I said, that was Norco, and I managed it with that, and that was less invasive on my mind. It did, however, cause the most insane amount of constipation you can possibly imagine. That was the worst part. But yeah, I'm not sure how much I can help you, my friend. Not trying to bring the mood down. Don't worry about that. It happens. I would say once a month somebody asks a really serious question, and I appreciate. I'm glad that people can feel like they can ask me stuff. I may not always be able to help. Somebody had asked about a friend. I remember what I was doing. I was building this factory over there. I was down in that factory in the tunnel building down there, and somebody asked about a friend who was having suicidal thoughts, and we chatted about it for about 30 minutes, and I was able to hopefully help a little bit. Basically the answer was, you're not a professional. None of us are. Do what you can, but then try to get some help that isn't, because it wasn't his, it's not your responsibility forever, right? Crap, I lost my place. But anyway, don't worry about bringing the channel down. We talk about what we talk about, and I don't know if I can help, but yeah, let me think a little bit more. I see you moved to Twitch. Sorry, I was looking for you on YouTube. That's my bad. Right, that's right. And I'm still trying to move the build forward while I think a little bit here. So sorry, I'm kind of taking my time. Now let me read what you got. Yeah, Kin doesn't want to be my friend, Sag. Yeah, I had a Gixxer 600 in 2010. I saw a guy at a car that turned in our lane. Wiped out, so my bike the next day. I haven't been on two wheels since. Yeah, for me on the motorcycle, I was in college. I wanted to ride a motorcycle. I knew, like, down in my soul that I was gonna get married and have a bunch of kids. Like, I don't know, I can't tell you how I knew. I just knew, right? And I knew that once I got married, I could never get on a motorcycle again, right? Because it was my responsibility. So I figured, you know what? I'm in college. Now's the time. Now's the time to go and do this. And I will crash. And I might die. And I did crash, and I could have died. And plenty of people do, right? So it was eyes wide open for me. Was it stupid? Maybe, maybe not. I rode my motorcycle. I would have gotten back on, but by the time I got all healed up, all of a sudden I was dating the woman that I am married to. And then I had no desire to get on a motorcycle. It wasn't like, oh, I really want to do this, but I shouldn't. I didn't even think about it again. Because I just had other things, on my mind. Damn, well, man, I'm glad you're still here. Mine was 11 years ago. Open compound femur fracture and 4 tib fib breaks and ACL, PCL tears. Knees missed ever since. They gave me morphine. I was prescribed morphine for 7 years. Wow. Oh, that's Jeebers. That was a nightmare. I had to do P-tests and pill counts for mine. Sounds like Jeebers has some experience, Blake. I had no idea about opiates or anything at the time. Almost feel tricked. I agree. Yes. But I don't want to be having a victim mentality. I know. Just going to be long run, I guess. Also, in the UK, apologies. YouTube is far behind for me. No, that's fine. What do you mean by all the pill, like weaning off? Like in order to get my next month's prescription? Okay. You didn't have any nectar, just prescribe it without any time. Jeebers, where are you from? So that could be a UK thing. I don't know. They just prescribed it every time. And so you'd see it without question. I feel like I could have probably gotten Vicodin in 2004 anytime I wanted. I don't know if there was ever any time that I could have gotten morphine anytime I wanted. Is that a UK thing? I've never heard of that. I don't think that even when we didn't know as much about opiates as we do now. I feel you on the constipation, bro. There are stories I can't tell. Just figured I'd ask if you had a similar experience. Sounds like Jeebers has. I appreciate you sharing your experience, though. It just feels a bit scary knowing there's a real problem I'm going to have to tackle at some point. I'm sorry for switching it up. It's all right. Weaning off is awful. Being dependent on them causes your body to be more sensitive to pain. They basically gradually decrease your dose over time. Boise. Yeah. When and Jeebers, when was that? Was that recently? I mean, the entire world's mentality on opiates has changed drastically in 10 years. I mean, am I crazy for thinking that? Drastically. They gave me, when I first got admitted into the hospital with my leg, my infection, in 2023, I was laying, I just got in. The amount of pain that I was in, indescribable. Way worse than my motorcycle accident, the infection. It was between my hamstring and my thigh bone. And every time I bent my knee, it was unbelievably excruciating. And it was still at the tail end of COVID. So I had to sit in this hard wheelchair where I couldn't sit for like 3 hours while they were taking care of other people. And my wife couldn't even like be with me in there. It was bad. And so by the time I got to the bed, I did get, they gave me some derivative of morphine intravenously. And I think I had some sort of allergic reaction to it because I had like an out of body experience. I felt like I was falling like through the bed, like for 10 minutes. And I was just like, I was tripping balls, man. I told him, never, you cannot give me that again. I said, I don't care. I will die from pain before you give me whatever it is you give me. Never effing give me that again. I can't remember what it was. I should know what it is, but it's in my chart and stuff. They're never going to give it to me again. That was probably the most, so that was, I don't know what that was. And then when they had to put a, I had a infection that was the size of a 2-foot 4x4 in my thigh. That material had to be removed. And when they put in the method for removal, they gave me fentanyl. So I was given fentanyl for that procedure because I was awake during it. Obviously I didn't see it, I didn't touch it, the doctors did it, and it was a one-time thing. So that's kind of all my experience on it. Exactly, man. I'm at that stage now, lost a young dumb part of myself that wanted to risk my life every time I jumped on it, and now about to sell the bike, not even ridden it for a year. Also, doctor I spoke to recently said they don't prescribe morphine for long-term pain unless it's cancer now, but that wasn't the case 10 years ago. Yeah, 10 years ago, very different. Yeah. Nitty, yes, Nitty's responding to being an hour and a half behind. It's okay, Nitty. All right, I think we talked about this enough. I think Blake and Jeebers on Twitch have connected, and I think you guys can chat. That yeah, even 10 years ago, I don't think just here's some morphine would have ever flown. Yeah, Jeebers, yeah, that was 12 years ago. Even 12 years ago. Yeah, okay, yeah, I don't know. Every country's different. All have positive and negatives for sure. I appreciate that you thought that way. I knew a guy who crashed his motorcycle in a traffic jam and he died, leaving behind a wife and 2 young daughters. It was heartbreaking. Yeah, no, I knew that the time to do something crazy was before I got married, and that was the crazy that I had chosen. Other people choose other things. I chose that. 100%. Had to give instructions to all my providers and added a note to my wallet to never give me Valium or morphine. I had both once, and I know I won't be able to stay off it if given more. Yeah, mine wasn't a, oh my God, this is so good. The fentanyl was. That was some crazy shit. Like, I understand. Right now, I never touched it. I don't know what it looks like. I would never do that in real life, again, because of the family and stuff. Even without that, I can't imagine doing that. But they gave it to me because I was in that position that I was in, and that's some crazy shit. Like, I don't. It sucks. The people who get in that position, I don't blame them. It sucks. It's like you're you know, how do you fight your brain's chemicals? Right? How do you do that? You can't. We're at the, you know, here's the thing I need to fix. You know, we're at the mercy of our brain's chemicals. You know? And it's like, it sucks. You know? So the way to do that, just like most things, is try to avoid it in the first place. But if you had an injury and when you got into it, it was a lack of you know, institutional knowledge about this problem, I agree with you. It sucks. So yeah, man. You know, I don't know if me or Jeebers helped at all, but you know, I can't empathize, but I certainly have enough experience to sympathize. Okay. I think we make these little cutouts so that we can see all of them. Who's this? Why are you not? Okay, you are. Yeah, I appreciate you guys for sharing that. Just almost feels better knowing other people have been through something similar, as trivial as that might sound. No, it doesn't sound trivial at all. I've been through my own stupid stuff, and not the same as yours, but it absolutely makes sense that you know, mine's weight loss. Not the same in that sense, but like knowing that like I'm not crazy when I struggle with that, and that other people are like, oh no, I feel that way too, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm not insane, you know. Or because some people, when I talk about how things happen for me, right, they just think I'm fat and lazy, and you know what I mean. And so that's sort of mine. That I feel you on. Having said that, I have to lose the weight. I have to find a way. Just like you've got to find a way, right? Like I have to find, you know. But anyway, that's sort of mine. Not nearly as life-threatening or as immediate as yours is. But I know the point is, I know what you mean with you know, it helps having somebody, knowing somebody kind of went through the same thing. All right, let's keep going here. Thing about fighting conditions, the fight's back and at least as smart as you are. Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. You're fighting yourself. That's the part that sucks. You're fighting a part of yourself that you can't control, right? Which is your brain chemistry, right? Your brain is gonna brain, you know. Brain's gonna do what the brain does, and you know, get effed. Cut this off. We did in some cases. And so you got to fight yourself. You got to fight your, I mean, there's a reason they call it fighting your own demons, right? They're not somebody else's demons, they're yours. you got to fight them. I mean, and we all have, some people have it worse than others, but most people have something, right? Something that they got to freaking deal with, you know? I don't think I want that one, but it always helps. Right? That's why there's things like, you know, AA and stuff like that, right? Having other people that know what's up. You know, it's a common thing. Yeah, for sure it fights back. Can we try to not suck? There we go. Let's see. Exactly. I also need to lose some weight, but the more I try to do, the more I'm laid up, feeling sorry for myself. I have to find a way to choose. So I feel you on that. It is a crazy cycle, man. I'm doing better now, but there was a time in my life when, you know, and I got to work. Like, I worked, I made money, my family's taken care of, okay? There was a time in my life where basically I would feel stressed, and you know what made me feel better? Eating. And then I would feel bad that I ate, that I stopped at McDonald's. And then I didn't stick to my plan. I wasn't disciplined, right? And that would stress me out. You know what would make me feel better? Eating. Right? So what breaks that? Like, how do you break that? And I actually found something that works pretty well for me. That sort of a dopamine cycle, right? I found something that works, and that's without the I did it again. That's without the opiate part of that conversation, right? So I can't even imagine adding that. We'll go here. Brain gonna brain, yes. Online knows. The build is looking ridiculous, as always. Thank you for outside the box. Oh, you think so far outside the box it worries me. I feel like I'm a simpleton. Yeah, but that has its downsides. it's not all smooth sailing. Holy S, I am playing this since 4 hours and I have the feeling all I'm building is too slow and not fast enough. Now I'm seeing your stream. Okay. Chris, we've been talking about some other stuff, and so I didn't see your chat, but listen, play your game your way. I am doing some stupid stuff in here, okay? Don't look at what I'm doing and judge your own play on this game, on the game. I have 2,500 hours in this game. Okay, I didn't do anything like this for the first 1,000 hours, nothing. So when you get to 1,000 hours, okay, and you're 4 hours in, okay, learn the game, take your time. It's called Satisfactory for a reason. Enjoy yourself. It is a marathon, not a race, okay? If you walked into the gym and saw some ripped dude that had been lifting for 2,500 hours, and you'd been lifting for a total of 4 trips to the gym, all right, would you expect to lift the same amount of weight as that dude? No. Okay, it's the same thing with this game. Just keep playing it, enjoy yourself. Don't judge your progress on my progress. All right. Sorry I was too late to your and thank you for the first time chat. And Dilo, thank you for the bits. Omega Vixens, I always feel slow when you're starting out. That is true. Dude, yes, I do exactly that. And then after I'm done, I was like, I didn't even enjoy it, but I did want this. Dude. I think I have finally gotten my brain to the point where I get up to the edge of thinking to myself, I'm going to go get something bad, right? I'm going to go down and I'm going to get some nuggets, or I'm going to go and I'm going to get some this or that, right? And I think I've finally gotten to the point, and my wife helps me, but I've finally gotten to the point where I realize that I'm not going to like it. I still eat, okay? I just don't eat that really bad thing, because I remember, I was like, nope. You've done this 400 effing times, you idiot. Don't go get that bad food, because you're not gonna like it and it's gonna make you feel like crap. All right, now I probably still eat too much, but at least it's home food that makes me feel good. But man, I've been there. We can talk some more about that, Blake. Frank Place, I am only alive and here because I found AA 4 years ago. Frank, that's amazing. That is luckily never something that I've had a problem with, but I could have easily had one. Mine has been food. You're a 5K hour Factorio player and was looking for some new stuff. I think Satisfactory are much fun. Thanks for your feedback. Oh, dude, if you're a 5,000 hour Factorio player, shut up. You're fine. You know, you're fine. You know how this works. Can't fight your demons for you, but we sure can be there for you while you do. Well, that's true. I'm glad we're in a time where it's no longer taboo to talk about mental health. It still is, I think. I just don't give a shit. It's hard. It's hard for me to basically, because it feels like I'm complaining that I'm fat. Like even the stuff that I've talked about today, I'm sort of self-conscious about in a way. This isn't right. We need to do this. But I don't care. I'm like, nah, I don't care. So it still kind of is, but it's better for sure. Also, I'm a 41-year-old man. I'm married. I will be married the rest of my life. I'm definitely dying first. My kids are amazing. I don't really have anything to prove to anybody, and so sometimes you know, if I can talk about stuff, I don't know. I think that's pretty cool. But it is still scary. You know, I've been playing for 2 hours. Oh, I reloaded. That's why it says it's only been 2 hours. It's better. I hear what you're saying though, Gene. It's better. We can talk about stuff. More so than probably ever before. So that I do agree with that. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, Blake, I'm getting to that point around myself. That so often now before I buy something, I knew people struggle with the other stuff we spoke about, but to hear somebody else had the exact same struggle with food is so helpful. So I'm going to tell you a story here, Blake, in a second. Watching streamers is a good way to see what you can do in the game eventually, but learn how to enjoy the game before doing. Yeah, so he knows. He's got 5,000 in Factorio. He'll be good. He'll be good. But that is a good response, Omega, for sure. Learn your machine satisfactory tools. Yeah, I would say getting an outside tool to help you in Satisfactory might be a little bit more important than it is in Factorio. That's probably a big difference. Because Factorio has some in-game things where Satisfactory doesn't really. You kind of need an outside tool to do some crazy stuff. Yeah. I would say that would be helpful. You guys on ads? Oh, maybe you were on ads. But Blake's a sub, so he didn't get put on ads. Okay, so you ready for a story? I have the thing that it's actually in this game. What's it called? I can never remember the name. Where is it? I thought it was right at the top. Is it down here? Misophonia mode. I have probably, I don't know. I don't know how severe I have it. I can't tell you. I don't know if it's light. I don't know if it's heavy. I only know me. But I can tell you that I have a problem, and you guys should be able to see this in my play. You guys probably know more than anybody else in my life. You guys. I have a problem letting things go once I see that they exist. Okay? Now, if I don't know that they exist, I'm fine. All right, that's why I can do this. This is basically like I get obsessed about this stuff, and I wouldn't call it OCD. I don't know what it is. I don't care. It's just me, right? I have a hard time letting things go that I am aware of. This idea that you can just like not think about a thing. I can't do that. You know, like Ghostbusters, right? At the end of the first one, where he's like, don't think about anything. He's like, and then he thinks about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. That's me, right? And it affects me in a ton of ways. When I start to hear somebody chew, and I can hear it, and I sort of have noticed it, I've begun to notice it, I'm done. I have it basically it triggers like a almost like a social claustrophobia, right? Because the two people that the chewing bothers me the most are two people that I have a lot of respect for, and can't tell them, oh my God, chew with your mouth closed, right? I can't, right? Because it's not like socially acceptable to tell those two people that, but yeah, I can't do it, right? So I feel trapped, and I deal with it in quite a few different ways. Now, my wife very, very rarely bothers me. It doesn't bother me. It's you know, people that I'm not, you know, people that I didn't choose to spend the rest of my life with. We need to, I mean, I guess that's okay. But this thing has popped up in my life all the time. We see it in Satisfactory. I obsess over things that I don't like until I get it right, because I can't let it go. This happens to me with food. And specifically, whenever I go someplace, so I know my city very, very, very well. Basically, every job that I have ever had has been a major part of it is driving around my city. And I mean, like, I know it really well. I know all the street names. I know how to get from anywhere to anywhere else the fastest. I don't need GPS to get anywhere. I know it very, very well. It also means I know where every single fast food place is. Like all of them. All right? I'm not even kidding. And so when I get in the car to go somewhere, not every time, but almost every time, what flashes in my head is all the fast food places I'm going to drive by between where I am and where I'm going. When I'm on the way home from, now, if I'm late to work or something, okay, that probably doesn't happen. But when I'm on the way home from work, it happens every time, right? And I'm hungry and I'm stressed, and I can, every single one I drive by, I think about it, right? And 1,000 times, 2,000 times, I'll drive by them, think about it, and say, no, that's stupid. I'm not going to do that. Until I don't. until the one happens where I, for whatever reason, I'm like, all right, I guess we're stopping today. So I think, and I've talked about that to some people before, and they basically think I'm crazy. And I'm like, I don't know why. I don't know why I think about it. You know, I don't mean to. I wish I couldn't think about the chewing. That'd be nice. I wish I could ignore it. By the way, how I deal with the chewing is I pretty much we eat in front of the TV, so I can't hear anybody, or I have to have music playing. That's pretty much the only way I can function around people. So yeah, no, I and I was telling and then basically she was like, you know, my it's not like my wife didn't believe me, she believed me, but she was kind of like, okay, well, prove it, right? And we were on the way to somewhere, and I listed all of the, I immediately like immediately listed all of the fast food places that were between us and where we were going. And I was like, I think about it all the time. So yeah, it's like I said, I win. I'll win most of my fights on it, but you know, but I'm doing better. I really am doing better on that. I don't think I haven't had like pure, like actual fast food in a while. We did stop at a place that was like a casual, like fast casual. It wasn't like a chain fast food place. I have managed to avoid that pretty well. But I was eating fast food 3, 4, 5 times a week in my 30s, you know, and late at night I'm kind of hungry, and I'm like, let's go get some of this, let's go get some of that, and I would just go get it. So yeah, now I do have a superpower, and that is that my wife is an amazing cook, and we've managed to live our lives in a way that has made it so that she doesn't have to work outside the house. She homeschools our kids, all except for Minikin, who's in high school. And now she's teaching art. I think we're done here. Well, let's put in some doors. We're done here for now, but let's put in some doors. And basically, you know, it helps when I'm feeling like I want to, you know, eat something I shouldn't, or stop and get something. I just ask her, hey, what's the plan for dinner? Right? And then I can kind of like, okay, all right, that's what we're having, and I can kind of look forward to that, and then I can sort of fight the urge to, you know, do something that I, you know, go buy something else. Part of the problem too is, and it just is what it is, but when I was growing up, the reason that we didn't get fast food was because we didn't have the money to, right? It was like, oh, well, we can't go get McDonald's, or we can't go get this or that because, you know, we need to save money, which is a legitimate reason. And it's even more so now, right? With inflation. I mean, like a meal at like McDonald's is like $12 or some stupid shit. Like, it's ridiculously bad, right? And but what happened is in my mind, that was always the reason that you don't eat out like that. Well, guess what happened when I started making money? That reason was no longer there. And so I went and I freaking, you know, through my my middle to like mid-20s to, you know, basically up until the last maybe 5 years or so, I had to kind of restructure my brain on why don't I do this? Oh, I don't do it because it's not good for me. I don't do it because I'm gonna not like it, or you know, all those other reasons we talked about, right? So in my brain, it was always, Oh, well, we don't have the money for it, so we should. That's why you don't do it. But I had to retrain my thinking on that a little bit, and that helped a lot actually. Let's see. Omega. Due to the tism, I have a similar issue because I'm obsessive about texture of foods. So I know every fast food place and restaurants in my area and which ones have acceptable food textures, which ones will have made me physical ill, and so on the past 10 years. Yeah, I could see that having a similar effect to my problem. The other thing too is I can remember stopping at every single place, like at some point in my life. Like, oh, I remember a story about where I stopped at that place. I remember, like, you know. The thing I'm learning in life is everything can be an addiction depending on a million different reasons, and they're just as valid as all the others. Yeah, I have an interesting, I don't know. I always grew up with, I had this friend, and well, actually, and his older sister. We played MMOs in college, and at the end of high school, college, right? Basically, she told him, "You can't play video games because you have an addictive personality." Right? And it never sat well with me, right? Because I think any of us can take things too far, right? I think she just didn't like video games, right? She'd be okay with his addictive personality if he was addicted to going to work. She'd be okay with his addictive personality if he was addicted to working out, right? Or if he was addicted to hiking, or if he was addicted to kayaking or mountain biking. She'd be totally fine with his addictive personality. You know what I'm saying? That's the part that always felt disingenuous to me. She just didn't like the fact that he enjoyed playing video games. Now, would it be healthier for me in my lifestyle if I was addicted to hiking? Yes. However, I don't know. I like what I like, and I'm gonna do it. But I can't let it. It doesn't mean I'm gonna get myself fired because I'm playing video games, right? And by the way, he never got bad grades or anything, so it was just I don't like video games kind of a deal. I think we're done here. We've been spending hours on this. Mr. Fofter, man, you are great that you work with this. I know how difficult it is to change and make correct taste habits. All right, so I'm going to tell you my secret weapon. Now, I do not... okay, first of all, this is done. Let me get on to the next thing in here, and then I can keep talking, because there's some things we need to do in here. I wish I could show you so that you don't just take my word for it. But I don't... Maybe I'll look it up so that I can... we made a blueprint for this. Hold on, we made a blueprint for this. Where is it? There it is. It's right here. What was the rule? I can't remember the rule. Black on the left. It's black on the left. I'll keep telling my story once I get back into the rhythm of the next thing I need to build. Yeah. Okay. Black on the left. The arrow's facing towards you. Was I saying shit? Taste habits. Okay, got it. I messed that up. I don't want to give anybody a seizure. Secret weapon. I am going to tell you, it would be more effective Oh, black. The black's on the right. That's why I messed it up. It'd be more effective if I could like kind of look it up, right, and then sort of like prove it to you. But I don't have that information. I don't know the best way to like prove it to you. So my point is this: look it up yourself. Don't take my word for it. I break sort of that taste cycle with fasting. From what I understand, it has proven to reset your dopamine, basically reset your dopamine. And I've done it. It's happened, right? It's legitimately happened where when I go on an extended fast, right? When I'm done, I don't, fast food sounds disgusting, like legitimately bad, right? And I don't want to have anything to do with it. I look forward to, I still obsess about food, don't get me wrong. I just obsess about better food, right? And usually my wife and I come up with a bunch of recipes, and we do barbecuing and we do a lot of home cooking and stuff. That sort of bad cycle of wanting bad shit, basically, I can break it by fasting. And you know, it's helped a lot, you know. And when I am in that mode where I'm feeling like I'm sort of losing control a little bit, muscling up for 2 days, doing a 48-hour or 72-hour fast. When I'm done with it, it's so much easier, and that's what I found really helps me kind of break out of that kind of bad cycle. So I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Fofter's comment there. And if anybody wanted to know more about the fasting that I'm talking about, there's a book written by a doctor. Don't listen to a random fat guy live streamer talking about losing weight, all right? Because what the hell do I know? The book that I would suggest is if you're a guy, well, guy or girl, The Ultimate Guide to Fasting by Dr. Jason Jung, or I think. I'm not sure on the last name pronunciation, but The Ultimate Guide to Fasting, it's on Amazon. And his first name's Jason. And he has a YouTube channel too, by the way. You got to read the book. The book is better than the YouTube channel. But the YouTube channel is good too. That's amazing. And then there is, there are, however, some, my wife tried to fast the way I was fasting, and she ran into some major issues because I don't know if you know about this, but men and women, you know, we have different things called hormones, and that affects how you eat and, you know, how you store weight. And so advice that works for men doesn't always necessarily work for women. There's a book called Fast Like a Girl. I cannot remember who the author is. My wife found that book to be extremely helpful on helping her manage like her cravings and the different reasons for fasting and stuff like that. So the success that I've had in losing weight has all come not from keto, not from anything, not from like tons and tons of exercise. I've done all that stuff. It ends poorly. The success that I've had, the limited success that I've had with weight loss has all come from various forms of fasting. So that is, you know, I'm happy to share that. But again, you know, you can't listen to, you know, it would be easier for me to make that argument if I have had permanent success with weight loss. I'll say it that way. So I don't blame anybody who's skeptical. But I would say that really helped me. And I don't feel like, you know, for a long time, I felt like things were out of my control. Like I literally felt like there's nothing I can do, you know, and I know that that is obviously wrong, right? But I felt that way. And then if I feel like, oh, there's nothing I can do, well, then you feel like, well, what does it matter anyway? I might as well enjoy my life and eat, right? Because if I'm just going to have this problem, you know, forever, then why don't I just eat, right? And so I don't feel that way anymore because I know that I have a tool that I can employ that will I can handle it, you know. I don't feel like there's nothing I can do. Now it doesn't mean that I always do what I'm supposed to do. I still don't do what I'm supposed to do sometimes, but I don't feel like I can't do anything, right? So I don't know. Anyway, yeah, asking a streamer for medical advice is like asking a doctor for computer advice. You might get some good anecdotal information, but you still need to consult a professional and make sure it's going to work for you. Absolutely. All I can do is tell you personal experience things, things that work for me. Everybody is different. I know people that they cannot fast at all. And by the way, most fast I do is intermittent fast. I'll eat like dinner only, right? It's pretty rare that I go on longer than 24-hour fasts. And when I do, there's certain things that I do to make sure that, you know, nothing bad happens. None of which I've talked about, right? Sometimes I find more help hearing anecdotes from people I'm familiar with. Sure, it's still worth speaking to a professional, but sometimes people you relate to can help you much more. Yeah, and honestly, try to say this in a way that isn't going to imply, I don't want to imply something that I don't mean. I've been listening to the usual advice on how to lose weight my entire life, and it didn't work. I needed something else. And I don't necessarily think that my regular doctor would 100% agree with, you know, the ways that I've managed to help manage my weight. At least not when I first started it. Fasting right now is a lot more common than it was, right? So anyway, sometimes, I guess I'm saying sometimes you gotta, I don't know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Because it's my body, it's my life, it's my responsibility. And you know, sometimes you gotta try some shit. And then at least if it doesn't work, then you know, right? That's the way I felt anyway. All right, we're building these out while we talk about non-satisfactory related things. We've really hit the gambit today, guys. We've really hit the gambit. My doctors have reached a point where GLP medications for weight because nothing else has worked. Fasting is beyond risky for me because I fall into hypoglycemia at the drop of a hat. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I'm young enough and still healthy enough where long-term fasting doesn't really affect me negatively. I just drop into ketosis, and I'm good to go. It's not a it's not something that I have to worry about. Where other people do, right? Another reason that I need to lose the weight now, while I still have a lot of options, because last thing I want is, yeah, this is right. this is what we were doing last night, or the last time we played, is to wait, right, on the weight loss until I have far fewer options, right? Then I'll really kick myself. I've just made a blueprint here. That puts these signs in. There we go. I am not that much older than you are, Kins. I'm not implying anything. There was no hidden implication in what I said. Not at all. Not at all. Everybody has different medical issues to deal with, and there was no implication one way or another. Okay. That's funny though. Trio. I was 380 pounds in 2020. I got diabetes, changed my diet, and hit the gym 6 times a day. Now 220. Keep pushing. You can do it. Nice. I do. My goal. So I wrestled 189s as my senior year in high school. 190 basically. I don't think I've gotten much taller. Maybe a little taller. If I could get under 200 pounds, I would love to do that. I don't know. Maybe I'll use this conversation tonight to help supercharge my get my motivation back up. I was losing decently in June, and then a bunch of stuff hit. I'm still kind of slowly losing, but you guys know me. I'm either doing something or I'm not, which is part of my problem. When I'm actively losing weight or actively fasting, it's actually I do well. It's when I stop actively doing it and I need to just put in the work, the day-to-day work for years. That's when the problem comes. That's what I have to fix. Let's see. And now I've got the face. Now the face camera. Now you guys can keep an eye on me. We got to put in the trick. Okay. We learned a trick recently. This elevator is way taller than it should be, and we're about to expand it. Went for 260 to 230 due to medication issues. It went back up, hoping it's still going back down. You find it next time you get professionally weighed. Well, good luck. It's a long grind. Easy to gain, hard to lose. Well, I'm actually confident that I can lose it. What I'm not confident is that I can build the habits and maintain them long enough for my body to get used to the lower weight so that I keep it off, even with the fasting, which is easier. That's the part that I am lacking in confidence. All right, so I am using a macro here that I made to do this. All my macro is doing is hitting H and left click back and forth over and over again. But what this is doing is it is glitching. I don't know what you want to call it. I am extending the height of the elevator over and over again by 1 meter at a time. Good luck to you. You go to work. Have a good day. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. And I appreciate your insights, man. Have a good day at work. Yes, confetti for sure. Whee! All right, that's where we are. What are we gonna do up here? Let's get rid of this. Oh, the macro's still going. Sorry. That's the problem with the macro. Let's get rid of this. I saw a video on YouTube of Satisfactory where he could, that was a chat, where he could like time lapse his save and see himself building stuff from a position camera dolly. But it was like a time lapse. Any idea how he did that? So I don't know which one that you saw, but I've seen somebody talk about how they did a similar video, and they did 2 accounts. And basically he recorded himself slowly moving. He downloaded a program that let him minutely control, like a controller controls. Sorry, I just hit the mic. Right, here, let me move it, right? So he basically slowly moved his second character on his second computer while he built it. He strafed slightly and rotated slightly to keep it in the center for the 4 hours that he took to build the thing. That's the one I saw. Now I know in Factorio, I believe you can, your save has the ability to kind of rebuild itself, like play it out in like a movie form, and you could record that. But in Satisfactory, I don't. Now maybe there's a mod, right, that would allow that. That could be true. My favorite conversation with my primary doctor: are you still working out vigorously 4 to 5 days a week? Followed by my response: did we forget that you are treating me for severe asthma that flares up anytime my heart rate gets above 110? And doctor's response: oh yeah, I forgot about that. Did we get your chest x-rays and MRI and make sure that it's not anything in your pulmonary system? Yes, doctor, we did all those and they came back clean, but also had them checked. Yeah, I've had similar issues of stuff like that. I had when I was in the hospital for my and I'm a big guy. All right, I'm big. All right, but I also have a ton of muscle. I go out and I work. I can work hard. I can go out and mow my lawn. Okay, I'm big. I'm big enough to where it looks like I can't do those things. I can go up the stair. I can go up a flight of stairs without getting winded. I can go up a couple flight of stairs without getting winded. I can go up plenty of flights of stairs. I'll be winded at the top. But I'm still big, right? I was in the hospital for that infection in my leg, and most of my nurses amazing, my doctors amazing, they kept me alive, okay? But every once in a while you get a bad one, right? And it was just a bad nurse. And she came in and she was like, and honestly I think she was covering for somebody and she didn't want to be there. She had like this really weird attitude. I think she was a nurse, but I think she was administration that had to slum it in the nurses. That was her attitude, right? And by the way, I was there for 12 days. I had 1 shift of the bad nurse. So, you know, overall, everything is amazing. But anyway, she walks in and she's kind of like flippantly like, oh, so you're pre-diabetic? I said, no. Oh, why aren't you on any high blood pressure medicine? Or have you taken your high blood pressure medicine? I'm like, no, I don't have a high blood pressure medicine. She's like, well, you don't have high blood pressure? You have high blood pressure. And I go, no, I don't. I said, look on my chart. Does it say that I have, that I'm pre-diabetic? Oh, no, it doesn't say that. Does it say that I have high blood pressure? Oh, no, it doesn't say that. Okay, well, I don't. Just because I'm fat doesn't mean that I have those things. Okay, and I get that, like, I'm in the hospital and I'm laying in a bed and I'm fatter than I should be, but like, and then my favorite one was, so I cannot move my left leg. I can't move it at all. It's excruciating pain, right? And I've been in the bed and I've been laid up for weeks, and then I was in the hospital for a few days, and they needed to change the sheet under me, right? And they're like, okay, well, and the two nurses are two dudes, and they're cool, and they're like, okay, well, we're gonna roll you over, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna, you know, I'm like, hey, wouldn't it just be easier if I just lifted myself up and you guys changed it out? And they're like, you can do that? And so I just basically, like, off of the back of my neck and like the back of my shoulders and my one good leg lifted, like, you know, my body up. I was like, does this work? And they're like, yeah. And so they changed out the thing, and I was like, all right. I was like, well, next time, guys, I'll do this, right? And they're like, okay. So that kind of stuff happens to me a lot, because, you know, there's an expectation which I've earned, right? I would say, I think I look a lot worse than I am, or maybe in my mind I'm not as bad as I am. I don't know, it's hard to say, but that kind of thing happens to me a lot. You know, people think I can't, like, physically do a thing because you know, I'm big, and I'm like, no, guys, I'm still good, I'm fine, don't worry about me, we're okay. Happens a lot. So I get what you're saying with that. I was hoping there was a program to watch your save build up over time. There may be a mod. There may be a mod, especially in 1.0 with this new camera thing. Or was that 1.1? I think it was 1.1. The new camera thing. That plus a mod that may exist. But you probably can't do it after the fact. Does that make sense? Gene, I have the fun opposite problem. I can't put on weight and drop weight like mad when I try to eat more than usual. I have one of my best friends is like that. He's an EMT. His arm is this big around, like his bicep. Now he's lean and he's strong and he's an EMT and he does his job. But he and I used to be workout buddies. The flip side to my the fact that I, you know, gain weight if I smell a cheeseburger, right? The flip side to that, the good part, the silver lining to that cloud, is that I can put on a crazy amount of muscle really fast. He was always super jealous of me. We would, when we worked out a lot in college together, and he'd get so mad. And college, right? I'm walking around. I worked for my dad as a locksmith at the time. You know, I was still big, right? But not like now, you know. And I put on muscle so fast, like in a way that people don't, like, people think that I'm like taking steroids. I'm like, guys, I'm just I just like meat, and I can work really, really hard. But then if I stop working, if I stop walking, that's when I gain the weight, you know. Okay. Where were we going? We were going up. Let's connect. Oh, I got an idea. Let's have some fun with this. Thank you, Infinite Nudge. How about, yeah, here. I love my catwalks. I have a catwalk addiction. Since we're talking about addiction. My name is Ken, and I've had a catwalk addiction. It's been 3 minutes since I built my last catwalk. I'm building catwalks now. How high are we going up? We go up until it won't let us go up anymore. Catwalks Anonymous. You guys have so much chat going on there on Twitch. I gotta scroll up. Crazies. What are you doing interacting with the streamer? I'm not used to this. All right, let's build the rest of these by hand. No, that's not what I wanted. Now that I'm thinking about it, okay, I forgot what button I have assigned to H. Okay, all right, that's as high as we go. This is all we get. Yeah, let's put that there. Let me scroll up. Sorry. Yeah, when your glucose is tested, you're super low. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I probably don't have my things are more anecdotal than yours in terms of being healthier than the doctors expect. But yeah, I can definitely believe that. Yeah, every time he does the same thing, he comes in and reduces the blood pressure and heart rate test that the nurse did because he can't believe them. Yeah. This is mad awkward to say, but talking of steroids, I randomly got okay, which is apparently common when people stop a steroid cycle, and the doctor's like, hey, you definitely sure you haven't been taking steroids? I'm like, doc, you see me, I'm built like a muffin. I haven't been in the gym in years. All this possible addictions is satisfactory. Catwalk addiction is the least concerning. Well, you know, we have to employ our addictions somewhere, right? So you know, pick ones that are less destructive than others, I guess, right? It must be that addictive personality that I was talking about. All right, let's combine all of these. Let's go out one. Wait. All right, I did run it right by the thing. I will say, since kind of Ashes of Creation has begun, I don't feel this sense of like rushing that I once did with Satisfactory. I felt like I had to finish it before I could play anything else. It's made me enjoy the game more. So I can like mess around with these catwalks today because I'm not like, oh, I only have 3, like, you know, to make the schedule, I better. It's awkward. You know, I can't stop and do these other little things I like doing, because if I do, then I won't make my timetable that I've set for myself. I wanted to try to combine these. Is that going to be too difficult? No. I think I can do it. Need to be higher, right? Lower. Lower. This. What if we go like this? Like that. Did I go too low? Oh, yeah. Nice. Okay. All right, we got room for you, or do we have to? Ooh, we're not gonna have room for you. There's no room at the end. All right, so we're gonna have to drop down anyway. Well, it's better to be lucky than good. Hell yeah, I'm so close to my goal, not being obese and just overweight at 100 kilograms. Maybe I can do that in 6 months. Lost 20 kilograms so far. Sorry, I got to be an American to look those up. You're 220? Nice. And I'd love to get to 220. I actually think at my height, 220 is... I might still technically be overweight, but if it is, it's barely. 220 at 6'2". Yeah. Yeah. An individual weighing 220 is likely considered overweight at 6'2". I have a lot. I have a lot of muscle. I think if probably 200 would be better, probably, for me. 220 is probably the highest I would want to get. Like if I could get back down into that range, right? Then I would be, first of all, very happy. And second of all, I think that I hear you. I hear what you're saying on, you know, being, you know, while you're still maybe overweight, you know, yeah, I would love to get down to there. I have a long way to go myself. couldn't stick to a schedule if I streamed. I can never just tell myself I'm going to play this or that. I always got to be just a moment for me. I wish I had the commitment to stick to a schedule. I regret sticking with vanilla accessible save or not. I love the infinite loop. I spent the first month playing the game, placing one piece at a time, not knowing Zoop existed. No, I don't regret that. At least not at this point. And mostly because people come into my save over and over and over and over again, and they say, wow, that looks really cool. What mods did you use to build that? And I say, none. You can build all of this with vanilla building techniques. And then they go, man, I thought it was cool. Now that's ridiculous. That's amazing, right? That's why. It is purely and utterly an ego boost for me. Okay? And I'm pretty sure we went down and over 2. Oh, nope. We went up 2. Oh, I mean, we did that, but then we did another. But no, I don't regret doing that. I might do something, you know, if I don't know. I don't even want to say it out loud, but I might or might not do with future Satisfactory playthroughs after this. Wouldn't want to get anybody's hopes up. There's just a lot of other games that I want to play. And I feel like I've done what I can do in Satisfactory. You know, whether or not that's true, that may not be true, but that's you know, kind of how I feel about it, you know? So I want to do other things. I want to see what I can do with other stuff. I don't think we need this pillar. You know, can I do something crazy with Timberborn? I don't know. Let's see, you know. I want to build a guild in Ashes of Creation, or build another guild in an MMO to see if that first time was a fluke. You know what I mean? I want to push myself in other games. I want to do other things. And so there really is no hard plans for anything else in Satisfactory. That isn't to say that I will never do it, but it is to say I'm not going to commit to anything, you know? But could I do something with a mod, maybe, in Satisfactory? Would that be enough to make me excited to play another playthrough? Probably not enough by itself, but that could be a component. For sure, it could be a component. I think something like a speed run is a lot more likely to excite me, or something like a collaboration with another streamer, especially one that's more popular than me, so I can suck you know, follows away from them. That would get me excited. Omega Vixens, I agree with your reply to Blake. The dysphoric response to your own voice. Luckily for everybody involved, I have, since the moment of my birth, been in love with the sound of my own voice. actually, when I'm editing, it's actually really difficult. I've gotten used to it over these 3 years, but that first year of me, well, like I guess two and a little bit more. That first probably 6 months to a year of me editing was very difficult. It's one of the reasons why I obsess over the sound so much, like the sound quality. But I know what you're saying, and well, and the other thing too is I have voice training with the singing, and so when I was in high school and in college, I many times recorded myself singing to get better, and that helped. But I know what you're saying with that, and it can be very tough. But you have that problem when you're just streaming. I could see that with editing, right? But just streaming, you have that issue too? Sushi Gat, please don't feel like you have to rush through this playthrough. Like, your meticulous attention to detail is such a pleasure to watch. I understand that you want to diversify your gaming choices, but I don't think you should put Satisfactory down for a while. Well, this is like a push-pull thing, right? Playing Ashes of Creation last night made me look forward to tonight's Satisfactory playthrough a lot more. Okay, when I go essentially 80%, 75 to 80% Ashes of Creation, and we still keep playing Satisfactory on Saturdays, it's going to do two things. It's going to make it so that I'm a lot less likely to feel burnt out playing it, because I'm only playing it 1 day a week, and I'll kind of look forward to that one day because I still love the game. But it's going to do something else. It's going to extend the playthrough that I'm currently on, instead of burning through 20 hours, 22 hours of Satisfactory per week. It'll be down to 8 or 9, right? So it'll make it 3 to 4 times longer. Hold on, here's bothering. It'll take so instead of 6 weeks, it'll take 6 months. You know what I mean? Sorry. So, I think that's a good thing, because thinking about starting another playthrough after this one right now stresses me out. This one I've committed to. I'm gonna do it. But maybe it won't stress me out after I only play it 8 hours a week. Does that make sense? So I'm not going to make any decisions now. It's like going to the store when you're hungry. Not a good idea, right? I have an emotional response right now to this game that prohibits me from making accurate decisions. So, when I'm feeling like it, I will play a different, I may play it again, let's see. I think we did, no, that's not right. Hit the macro again. I don't know if I will necessarily avoid it. What I will do is I will play the games that I want to play. And if there are a bunch of games between me and Satisfactory, then I'll play them. But that doesn't mean I will purposefully be like, I'm not playing Satisfactory again. I will play, what I feel like playing. Within reason. Just cleaning this stuff up here. But I mean, I know that there are a lot of people that really enjoy me playing Satisfactory, right? And so if I take my time, do it right, I think I'll enjoy it more. I think you guys that like watching me play will enjoy it more. I will get more content out of this last, or this current playthrough. And I think everybody will be happier. And I think that's basically what you were saying. But when you have the voice of Zeus over here, construction, it definitely makes you feel a little inferior. I don't. A new world would get you there. I've started over though, but a new world fills me with dread. I'll come back to how I feel about my voice, Blake, with that context in a second. You're still in the honeymoon phase of Satisfactory since you only found out 2 months ago. No, that's true. We got another one. I don't know why the bot's not working. We got another one. Frank. So many people ask me about it. Maybe a casual mod of playthrough. Again, if the right content creator asked me to do a collaboration with them, I would say yes. I'm not going to tell you the names though, because I don't want anybody to like go ask them or something or be weird about it. I can hold a tune. Satisfactory could be an entire genre of game. I feel like if more game developers had a clue, we'd have a lot of games like it by now. Sal, if I stop to think about it, I get really sad about the games we don't have. Why don't we have EVE Online 2? Why doesn't that exist? Why don't we have World of Warcraft Online 2? Or, not online, but why don't we have World of Warcraft 2? Right? Look how popular Classic was, right? Classic hardcore. Make the game again with the technology that we have today, with the same mentality and the same things that made the first one good. The reason that we don't do that is because nobody understands what made the first one good. Well, not nobody, but the developers don't, or at least the people telling the developers what to make don't. I mean, look what we have with The Witcher 3, right? Like this game that like will never die, Skyrim. Because we can modify it and we can update it, right? I don't know. It makes me sad thinking about the games we should have that we don't. Why don't we have a great pirate game? I played one. It was called Arcade, right? It was amazing. And then I realized how pay to win it was and how terrible it was. And I had to stop playing. That's what I hope for. You're right. We don't have WoW 2 because Blizzard already knows that they don't have the talent to make WoW 2 good. Exactly. And why should they risk it when they could just print money by playing Classic again? Like, when you stop to think about it, honestly, that is why I want to support Ashes of Creation. Because you know what Ashes of Creation is? It is a guy like me, or maybe a guy like you, that basically got, I don't know how many millions of dollars that band has. 200 million, 500 million, $1 billion, I don't know. It's some huge number. Some number I will never have, right? he made a bunch of money, but he's a total MMO nerd and he wants to make a better game. Can he do it? I don't know. Will he do it? Maybe not. But he's trying. I believe him that he's trying. And you know what? That's good enough for me. He wants to make a game that is an updated version of an old school MMO. Will it be perfect? Hell no. Will it take 3 years longer than he thinks? Maybe. But at least he's fucking trying. You know? At least in my opinion, he is. And honestly, that's all I can hope for these days. Like, I'm so like burnt out of it. Like seeing these games and what could be, you know? Because we have it. We have the technology, we have the talent. There are talented people out there. There are people with money, but it's just for some reason we can't get them all together. And then something happens like Expedition 33, where you're like, holy crap. Like this is it. This is everything coming together. That's another reason why I want to play Expedition 33. You know? Is to support games that I think, you know, and to show them off that I think are good examples of what games should be. You know? Anyway, sorry, I got a little worked up there. He got a little taste of kin rage. Man. I don't know. I did. That is when I decided I was going to be playing that game. Ashes, when I saw an interview from that man that made me think like kind of the meme a little bit. Like I thought to myself, like, this man's just like me. I do feel like if I woke up tomorrow with $1 billion, I would start making an MMO. I probably would. Like that may be one of the things that I would do with my $1 billion. Like unironically, I might actually do that. So I don't know. That's why I'm excited for it. Is that piece of it alone. And I agree with his the way he thinks about it. At least as far as I know. You know, there may be things that I don't know, and I may learn new things that change my my opinion. But at this moment, as far as I'm aware, him and I agree on the way an MMO should be, in all the big principles, right? And so that is kind of my hope, that we get a game like that. That, you know, it probably won't be super popular, but you know, that is good. And good in a genre that I like. I'll be honest with you, I don't like the genre that is Expedition 33. I want to play it because it seems like a good game that deserves to be played. The holy grail for me would be a good game that deserves to be played in a genre that I love. And by the way, that is what Satisfactory is. And I didn't even know that I loved factory building games, right? I think Satisfactory is just about as perfect of a game as you can have if you love factory building games. Factorio, and if it isn't, Factorio is. Right? So between Factorio and Satisfactory, the factory building guys, we are lucky. We are so lucky. You know, as an MMO enjoyer, you guys, some of you guys don't know how lucky you are. Is that what I needed? Yep, that was it. Perfect games turn into trash because they get stale and abandoned, or they turn into cash cows for the company and the dev companies get lazy or complacent and lose what made the game great. Not always. I would say like something like Skyrim has gotten better over time. I would say The Witcher 3 has gotten better over time. Definitely something like Cyberpunk or No Man's Sky. Those have absolutely gotten better with time. But I think that what you're saying is possible and maybe even likely. Blake, exactly why I fell in love with Satisfactory. I would never have said I would have enjoyed this sort of game, but man, it gripped me, and I haven't stopped playing it since. Can't believe it flew under my radar for so long. I felt that way, and I started 2 years ago, two and a half years ago. But the other thing I like about Satisfactory isn't the game; it's the company. Right? I have trust that my bugs are going to get fixed. This? Why are you beeping it? Stop it. Stop it, watch. I have trust that... So let me give you a counter example, right? The opposite of Satisfactory to make my point. Star Wars Galaxies, probably in my mind, is the best game I've ever played, but that's probably not actually true. It's probably only true in my mind. All right? I think I'm self-aware enough to realize that it isn't as good as I remember it being. However, I'm not self-aware enough to say the same thing about my time in Guild Wars 2. Because of World versus World. That was at one point the best gaming experience I have ever had, and it may be the best gaming experience I will ever have. The nights that I could tell you, maybe one day I will have a stream where all I do is tell Guild Wars 2 stories. Probably 5 of you probably would want to hear it, but I could tell Guild Wars 2 stories for hours because I remember them that well. And by the way, Mikey will back them up. He was there. Epidemok, who is the Discord admin for me, he was there. My brothers were there. It wasn't that long ago, you know. It was 12 to 6 years ago, something like that. No, it's 2025. Damn. It's probably like, I don't know. I don't want to do the math right now, but I mean, the stuff we did there, right? Amazing. And yet, what happened? As Omega said, the developers killed my favorite game mode. I can tell you exactly the things that they did to kill it. I know exactly what they did. It was 2 main things. There was a bunch of other things too, but there was 2 main things that they did. And one thing that they didn't do. 2 things that they did and 1 thing that they didn't do that killed it. But over time as debated for Skyrim, there hasn't been any changes to the game. It's been mostly purely player-made content that's made the game better. True, that's what I'm talking about though. The game is better. No Man's Sky and some other games need to get better or would have become the biggest bombs for the devs they almost were. Yeah, but there have been games like No Man's Sky that should have gotten better, and they have been the biggest bombs of games. And they almost were. And I agree. You probably have a much more full opinion of No Man's Sky than I do. What I'm saying is that the idea of a perfect games die so quickly. I know. I mean perfect, relatively speaking. Okay, I fully admit that me saying a perfect game is a misnomer. It doesn't exist. It certainly doesn't exist for more than one person. A perfect game for me would definitely not be a perfect game for anybody else. So I get that. I'm not arguing that. I just sort of mean a relatively perfect game, you know? Season 348 of MOP Classic. Yeah, man, I really respect AOC for trying, even though they might miss the mark. I disagree. We have talented artists and talented tech people, but we don't have a lot of people with the knack of knowing what makes video games fun. I think that that's true. I don't know what you disagreed with what I said, but I agree with your sentence there. Me too. If I won $1 million, if you won $1 billion, you make an MMO. All right, Sal, here's the deal. If you win $500 million and I win $500 million, we'll go in halvesies, okay? I think that when something like Unreal Engine becomes so good that you can make an exact game you want without coding, we'll see the best games ever. Guild Wars 2 haunts me. For an MMO, it is almost perfect immediate gameplay. I absolutely despise almost everything else about it. So the gameplay is very, very good. And there were some tech limitations early that they fixed a few years in, meaning like some server issues when a lot of people got together. For me, it's the PvP, the large scale PvP. That's the thing that if I was able to recreate that on this channel, that's my true goal with this channel. I would also love to be able to provide for my family with this channel one day. But really doing something that I truly enjoy, and where you guys will see me be emotional in the sense that like where I basically am not really thinking about what I'm saying. Like I get fired up and like I'm always genuine, but like I'm also aware of what I'm doing at all times. You know what I mean? If you guys, it may be there may be recordings of me going insane. like if certain criteria were met, okay? Because there's things that I love about gameplay that will never happen again, okay? The stories that I tell about world PvP in Guild Wars 2, where all these people are playing all at the same time and the conditions are just right. It is literally a once in a lifetime thing where all this stuff comes together and everybody's there's 180 people all across the world having fun in the same place. And what each of us does matters. And I have my family, and what I've done with my life is very important, okay? My kids are the most important thing that I've done. The life that I've had with my wife, the people that I help around me, those are all very, very important, okay? And so what I'm going to say doesn't diminish any of that. But when I was a kid, and when I was in high school, I had these dreams of going off and doing crazy, important things with my life. For whatever reason, that hasn't happened. Okay, and it's probably, stuff I've done or haven't done, but that kind of gameplay is like a little like piece of what I feel like doing something crazy, like important for the world would feel like. It's like a little like piece, like a tiny little piece for just a moment, and it's a and you don't get to have that very often in life. Because life sucks most of the time. So I'm kind of like romanticizing it a little bit, and it sounds a little bit silly, but if you've had a gaming experience like that, then I think you know what I mean. Where are we at? Yeah, seemed like Guild Wars 2 for you is RuneScape for me from 2004 to 2008. Yeah, golden years, I missed that. Yeah, they did 3 things. So we used to have these online forums where, so basically, I don't know what to compare this to for like Europe, maybe your soccer teams, your football teams, sorry. But like in the UK, but college football in the United States. We loved our servers like college football fans love their college football. And we were like die hard, like I still make jokes, Blackgate for life. Like there was these forums and they were the official Guild Wars 2 forums. And we flamed the hell out of each other. Like, it was toxic, and man, it was fun. And you know, it was the official forums, and so they were moderated, so we had to come up with really subtle ways of getting around the moderation and calling each other, you know, F sticks. And I mean, it was brutal in there, and it fanned the flames of rivalry, and it made it so that, yeah, I would stay up 4 extra hours and be tired at work the next day so that I could play a little bit longer, so I could maybe beat that other server that I hated, right? And then they would do the same to us, right? That was fun. They removed those forums because they were tired of moderating our crap. But what they didn't realize is that that forum was an outside, it was supplemental to the game. It was just as important to the game. And the population of people, the other problem is the population of people that played Guild Wars 2 and did that game mode was very small, relatively small, you know? And so we weren't their priority. So that was one thing that killed the forums. Another thing is they instituted these things called seasons, where basically they gave us like a bunch of, have I finished all this? Or basically they gave us a bunch of extra reasons to hate on each other, basically. And they were so fun. And then they did 2 seasons and they never did them again. We got a taste for that, and then we felt like regular everyday play that wasn't in a season. If they had done a season like twice a year, and if they just did that, I'd probably still be playing. That was the other thing. And then the last thing is they came out. So what used to happen is, in order for you to get your full achievements, some of those achievements existed in that game mode. See, that game mode was a thing that like not everybody participated in, because it was kind of in a weird place. You didn't really know to go there until you went to do your achievements, and then we're like, oh, okay, I guess I have to go and do this thing. And so we were constantly getting every day new people into that game mode to do their achievements, and then and so that was our fresh, that was the fresh meat. Right, we replenished the store of people playing our game mode that we liked. What they did is they came up with an alternate shitty version of that World v World that we loved, where they could go get the same achievements that didn't have PvP, because people complained, I don't want to have to go to PvP, this PvP area, to get achievements to complete the game. And so they made it so that you didn't have to. And then all of the fresh meat, the fresh recruits, dried up, and it was just a matter of time till it died. So those 3 things killed it. The combination of tab, target, and dodge roll Guild Wars 2 is so satisfying. Yeah, same thing with WoW Classic. Yeah, you can reproduce the game, but you can't bottle the lightning. That's it. You can't bottle the lightning. The day my daughter was born, that's the craziest part about the story. The most fun I've ever had in a video game was the night my daughter was born. Luckily, my brother was there to take over the raid call for me, because my wife's water broke and we had to go to the hospital. So it's good times. But literally, I could make an hour-long video on me telling the story about that one night, because it was that crazy, and that memorable, you know. Better off just removing the PvP achievements. Well, they weren't exactly PvP achievements. They were achievements that you had to go to the PvP zones to get. I know that that's may sound like a distinction without a difference, but I feel like it was. It didn't force you to PvP, but it forced you to interact with PvPers. It forced you to interact with this mode of game. We have to connect this one. And the thing is that so many people would have never tried it, and they didn't realize how much they so many people lost out on what would have been very fun for them, and they had no idea. That's the part that I think about, right? Because the only reason they showed up in the first place is because they had to, and then you only have to spend like, I mean, we're talking like 4 hours, like very little time in the timeline of an MMO, right? A handful of hours. That's all we're talking about here. How are we gonna do this? We go up one. So that's how I think about it. Is that they deprived so many people from that game mode that that never knew that they would have loved playing that. Because the same thing could have easily happened to me. You know, I know I was gonna like it. I get that not everybody wants to PvP. And I respect that, but it didn't really force you. It wasn't like you have to kill 10 other players, right? It wasn't like that. It was like you have to explore these areas that where PvP may be happening. And again, I know that's really similar, but I think it's not a bad thing to expose more people to expose everybody who plays the game to all aspects of the game. And by the way, there were PvE elements in that PvP mode. There were plenty of people that played that didn't like PvP. You could do these other PvE achievements that helped your team. I think it was done really well. All right, let's see the other side. How many? Dude, the same thing happened in OSRS. What is that? Old school RuneScape. Yeah, they made it so that Iron Man normal players could get items previously attained only in the wilderness can now be attained in a safe place. They didn't realize how much things like this matter to people. No, they had no idea. The same. The item was much more special because of the risk you took to get it from being around PvPers. Yeah, and legendaries were like that. So in Guild Wars 2, it's all about the legendaries, right? You had to get the full achievements. That was the reason that you would do that is for the legendaries, right? And in order to do that, you had to go and spend time in that area. And then those became the new recruits. All right, let's go down one and into. Right. That looks like crap. Crapola. We're gonna leave it for now. Might come back and fix it. But I think we started this conversation with the fact that, you know, just because we have good artists and we have good programmers, we probably don't have the right people that we need to understand what makes a game truly great. because sometimes it is lightning in the bottle and people don't understand why a game is good, even the people that made it. I think that's true with I think that's probably likely true with Guild Wars 2. I mean with WoW. They probably just have no idea. They still don't know. They keep trying to repeat it, and they don't actually know why it was so popular. But I do think that there are people that do. I think there's some people that are smart enough, that exist. They may not be in the game industry. They are the gamers that understand how and why things were good, right? I think it can be understood, is I guess the point I'm making. All right. Nice, that's done. Can we do this one? We're sort of kind of fiddling a little bit, but I'm enjoying myself. Talking about random shit. The good old days. Oh no. And then... All right, what can we do? What can we do? Yay! I think it's like that way with movies and remakes. I think you can say some similar things about that. You know, when people remake a movie and they don't understand, like, or they try to make an adaptation into you know, into a book, into a movie, and they don't understand what made it popular in the first place. It's you know, they learn the wrong lesson from it. You know, it's so sad. So sad. I mean, this is pretty cool. Knockbear, you played Guild Wars 2 so much, maybe too much. What was your favorite game mode in Guild Wars 2? How did you play? I love PvP, but I hate open world PvP in a game that is 100% focused on PvP. Yeah, the legendary weapons that take 2 solid years to, to get to, those, yeah. It does take that much. WoW ruined the MMO genre because it set impossible expectations for all MMOs. I think I think that's true. I think that's true for theme park MMOs. I don't think there's a theme park MMO that can do better than World of Warcraft. I do think that there have been more sandbox MMOs. Now, maybe that's just because I know and appreciate the difference, and not everybody does because I'm a nerd. So I'm willing to admit that. Okay, World v World all the time. What server? We're either going to be best friends or we're going to be I'm going to ban you. There's nothing in between. Dang it. Oh, European server. Okay. All right, you're safe. No. Oh, yeah, no, I figured different server. I was in the tier 1 NA server. My server was in tier 1 NA. For the entirety of the time I played. We were the Yankees. We were the Yankees. I don't know if there's I don't know what that is in European terms. But that was us. We always won. We made it happen. We might have gotten knocked down to tier 2 for a week, but if that happened, we immediately instituted mass change. That may have happened, but I know we won. I'm pretty sure we won both seasons. I know we won season 1. We may not have won season 2. We got the double team put on us, but to be fair, we deserved it. We deserved getting double teamed, because that was the whole point of the mechanic. We were the reason that mechanic exists. But it was fun. Alright guys, if you don't know what I'm doing here, I've made a blueprint that auto connects both horizontally and vertically. So it's auto putting in this belt, that pipe, and then these 2 bottom pipes. Now I have to put in this belt myself. Okay, and I have to connect this wire myself. And I have to put in this belt myself. Okay, but everything else gets auto connected, which I think is pretty good. Were you aware of Red Guard? I mean, if you're on the European server, and you say that you did GVGs, you must be familiar with the name Saccharix, yes? Where are we gonna put our tanks? Yeah, Red Guard, they were really tight, small group. I want to put our tanks back here. How many above? 8. Oh man, that's clever, putting the wire outlet on the fluid pump. I'm gonna have to seal that for the future. Oh yeah, well it'd be nice. Sorry, it'd be nice if we could just daisy chain off of this connection, but since we can't, then you know, now I could daisy chain off of that connection, and I think that looks pretty good. But I could definitely see an argument that you could make of maybe putting it someplace else. But yeah, no, Saccharix and Red Guard were very famous. We knew about them over on the NA, and they actually transferred servers to come and fight us. My guild did beat Red Guard once. We fought them about 20 times. They kicked our ass 19 out of those 20 times. But we got way more people than them. We cheated. We didn't like exploit or anything. But we broke the gentleman rules of engagement. They were so good. We were filthy casuals compared to them. So good. I mean, we had double their numbers. We didn't have triple. They may have already been weak by beating another one of our allied guilds first. We may have hit them in the blind side. But hey, all's fair in love and war, right? They were so good. They were very hardcore. Their guys, they trained like, and they did GVGs, right? That was like, I never really did GVGs. I liked the open world aspect more. So I never really did GVGs, but I respect it. I ran my guild in a way that I would say that I focused on being accessible to the average person. Red Guard was not that, and that's okay. That's fine. But they were not accessible. I wanted anybody to be able to come and have fun. And that's basically how I plan on running the Ashes of Creation Guild as well, by the way. We will try to compete with the Red Guards of Ashes of Creation. We will probably get beat, but we'll have we won't kick you out for being bad, unless you're bad and you never get better. No, I just always because to me, I want to keep my game going as long as possible. Right, so I want to expose people, even if they aren't hardcore, to the game that I love, because and it's for selfish reasons, because that means more people will get to play the game, and if more people play the game that I love, I'll get to play the game for longer. I'm not sure I like this. Is there a better way to do this? One, two, let's try this. Yeah, that looks better. I felt even as a, I wasn't a streamer or anything, but I felt a responsibility as somebody who would tag up, right? Who would raid lead basically, to be a good outreach to new players of that game mode. And I'm sure that as long as I end up feeling something similar to Ashes of Creation, I'll feel the same way about that game too. And even more so because now I'm a streamer. And I'm a content creator. So, you know what I need to do? I need to make a blueprint of this. Now that we've kind of designed one in place, because we're going to have to make 9 more of these. Where's our pillars? That works. Does it work over here too? It does. We've got a winner. I wonder what this would look like if I just curved it. I don't understand why it went one way. Wouldn't really work anyway, because these are unless I brought this up, maybe. I wonder if, because if I'm gonna blueprint this, dude, what are you doing to me? I later switched to a bigger guild because it was less stressful. Yeah, I can agree with that. That's much better, so newbies can also learn to play. That's the way I looked at it. Not everybody agreed. It's fine. It was kind of my pet peeve. 2. Why do you hate me? Trying to come up with a design that we can copy. And then quickly just build this, and then in one smooth move, connect them to the pipes. Okay, so vertical to horizontal. Oh, I gotta switch them. Gotta switch them. That's pretty good. I had to change their elevation. So so that they didn't cross here. All right. Nope. Don't like it. A nice try. But I've decided that it's not for me. Alright, better. You just kill this. Kill that. That's very repeatable, very easy, and it looks better. Okay. Sus, I just joined. What the F am I looking at? Well, you're looking at Satisfactory. Are you familiar with Satisfactory? Can we start there? Turn the fluid buffer 90 degrees and run the water pipes over and under. I'm not 100% sure that, yeah, you get 600 hours. All right. Well, I'm in a giant tower. One of many giant towers. This is my cyberpunk city. Got a new convert over on Twitch, guys. He's freaking out. You gonna be okay? These are the 4 that I'm working on right now. This is the space elevator part. All these, should we contact help? You think this is 1,000 times better than I'm Kibitz? I don't know. That man is, he does some awesome stuff. He does awesome stuff. Popcac does awesome stuff. BL Andrew does awesome stuff. Fluxo does really shitty stuff. He's terrible at the game. Fluxo just sucks, man. No, I appreciate it. I do think this is, I'm very proud of this. By the way, these trucks, they're all active. They're all moving stuff around. We're a little high up to see the roads very well. Oh, there's a little bit of light. Central storage is there. These are Basics factories. The Shard from London. This spiral building is based off of a building in Bahrain. This is based off of a building in Russia. That's the aluminum factory. The spiral building's heavy modular frames and motors. That's the computer factory. It's based off of the John Hancock building in Chicago. This is my power plant, rocket fuel. It also makes a shit ton of plastic and rubber. This is Nakatomi Plaza. This is my Fixmas factory. I took 8th place in the Coffee Stain Studios contest, Fixmas contest. And then these 4 buildings are kind of my own design, but they're based off of a couple of combinations of different buildings. We're gonna have sky bridges between them. And this is the Phase 4 space elevator parts. So there you go. That's the quick one. I do have a I wonder if I have a, oh, I still have it. I posted it a bit ago. This is a video that a tour. It's about 40 minutes. It's beginning to end. Everything about this playthrough, what I'm planning on doing. It's just a recording. It's a clip of this of a live stream where I went over everything. So if you want a lot of details, you can watch that if you'd like. I'm actually hoping, you know, I would have liked to have gotten a little bit more exposure on that video, but you know, the YouTube God giveth and the YouTube God taketh away. How long did it take this to build? I started this at almost exactly 100 hours. I did basically starter factories and kind of prepping, and then I started the city at about 100 hours. We are at almost 900 exactly. So I've been working on the city for about 800 hours. Hey guys, do you think I should show them? All right. Try to contain yourself. It's gonna be okay. We haven't been over there in a while. Where's my boy? Cannon. Here it is, hypertube cannon. All right, temporary hypertube cannon. Because I don't want to go to the other. I don't want to go to the other. We're gonna go take a look. All right. Noodle. Oh, we need to point it. Sorry. There we go. That'll work. We'll delete all this in a minute. Let me run some power to it. There's the hole. I had a hole here. Oh, no, I built these doors. I just built these. I still can't even remember that I just built them. It's very dark. It's kind of the point in the cyberpunk city. All right. If there's anybody here that doesn't know what we're about to see, enjoy. You only get to see this once. You know what I mean? I'm very proud of this over there. This is from the movie Blade Runner. This took me 100 hours to build. The Tyrell Corporation building from Blade Runner. This is definitely right now the coolest thing I've ever built, I think. I'm hoping that my 4 towers rival this. Maybe not in design necessarily, because this really, I don't think can be beat there. But in terms of the factory functionality, I hope, I think that I'll be making something that I like better than this. This is my train hub. Oh, he's in an ad. He's in an ad. Of course. You guys want to do a replay? You want a do-over? You guys want a mulligan on that one? Yeah, mulligan. He says, bro, I'm in an ad. I mean, we reset it pretty quick. Everybody think, let's game it out for the lovely edition of the Hypertube cannon for us all to enjoy. All right. You know what? I do need to have a better user interface for myself to tell me when Twitch is going into an ad. I know that they exist. I just haven't set it up. I don't know how to set it up. So I got to fix that. It doesn't like warn me or anything like that. So I got to figure that out for sure. 56 viewers on Twitch. This is a lot of viewers on Twitch. You're back? Okay. What was the last thing you saw? We were doing a mulligan. We'll pretend none of that ever happened. Was it like right when I launched? Cyberpunk? Yeah. Yeah, I got a Cyberpunk City going. If you purposely run ads yourself, will it still auto run the ads? I don't think so. But if I don't, it puts the pre-rolls on. How much time billed for the city? Cardinal Troy, about 800 hours. There's a way for me to do it correctly. You did see that outside. Okay, did you see where I went through the cannon? We're gonna do it again. It doesn't matter. Are you ready? A little high. There we go. Yeah, I just need to fix up my streamer bot for it. But yeah, here you go. This is Tyrell Corporation from Blade Runner. This is my raw resource hub. I'm waving my arms around like a crazy person, but it was better when I was just holding the cup. There it goes. All the trains, I have trains bringing resources in from everywhere, and then they get kind of resorted and put back on different trains. And sent to where they need to go. In the city. Just from afar, it looks good. Yeah, I really like how it looks when you're just close enough for the lights to turn on. Yeah, he's loading up on bauxite. I like when you're just close enough for the lights. Let's take a quick peek on the first floor and then we'll head back. I worked hard on those lights. I want to see them. But I agree, even from afar, oh, hey, buddy. he's been stuck in there a while. This is Clifford the Big Red Replacement. By the way, guys, I forgot to kind of talk about this during the stream. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Oh God, sorry. My wife is an actual artist, an actual one. The opposite of me being an architect. I'm not an actual architect. My wife is an actual artist. She finished a painting for me, for you guys. It'll probably be the first item in my shop. I mean, it will definitely be the first item in my shop. And this is just the first picture. We're gonna take this painting. She finished a painting. You can guess what it's about. We're gonna get it professionally scanned. She already has a shop up for her, and her paintings are up. And actually, one of my viewers has purchased one of her paintings. It's print on demand, but it's very good. Print on canvas, on metal, and paper, framed, not framed. There's a bunch of different options. So this is just a phone picture of the painting. But my wife finished this last night. His name is Clifford. So she did this. Basically, I had the idea of doing Doggo, but like a pet portrait. You know, people get, you know, especially like, you know, when they die, people get pet portraits, and they commission artists like my wife to do pet portraits. I was like, well, you know, there was an accident in Satisfactory, and his name was Clifford, and I figured, you know, I thought it would be good if she made a pet portrait of him. So yes, she worked on this about a week when she really jumped into it to get all this. It's a lot of it is there's a lot of detail that you can't see on this picture that will show up in the professional scan, but it's super detailed, the scales and stuff. So the eyes look really good. Like, the picture doesn't do it justice. It looks really good in real life. Yeah, no, she's really good. I don't want to do a total aside on my wife's website, but it's Landscapes by Ashley, if anybody is curious. That's her website. What is this? Okay, sorry. But yes, and the accident where Clifford, the location of said accident of Clifford was during the construction of this. Here lies the remains of Clifford. The last words he heard, "That's not that far down." To be fair, it isn't really that far down. He was only like right here. Okay, and I didn't think he was standing on the tilted wall piece that I needed to delete. I thought he was standing on the one next to it. And to be honest with you, I thought that he would survive it. But I was wrong. And so there lies the remains of Clifford. Just a big hub. Basically, yeah, just a big hub. All of the resources that go to the city come through here because I needed a place so that by the time they get to the city, they're already mixed down into the train load that each building needs to be, right? Because like the shard needs, you know, a copper, 2 limestone, and a caterium, right? But the John Hancock building needs you know, different things, right? And so instead of going out on the map and finding a place that has the separate things, I just moved everything to one place, and then in this place I build the trains loaded with what I need them to be loaded as. It's just one way of many to solve that problem. Other people have other ways of solving it. That's just the one I picked, mostly because I wanted a big excuse to make that mother. So. coming in hot. Boom. As long as you hit a wall first, you're usually okay. All right, let's take the train up. We were working up at the top. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Doing those mini tours is always fun. Also, I used a little workaround to get the elevator to go much higher than it's supposed to go. So.
Who thought this was even necessary? Oh, let's build a section elevator based on human behavior so it can anticipate their needs. What about my needs? Would a human like being stuck in an elevator their whole life? No.
So I'm still putting this together. This is the first of 4 buildings. I'm kind of figuring out how I want it to go. The first one always takes a lot longer. But yeah, I'd like to finish that water. I'd like to finish all these hookups, to be honest with you. I'm not really tired, but I was trying not to be on quite so late tonight. By the way, we need some lighting in here, like more than just this colored lighting. Like we need some legit lighting. Maybe we can do something temporary. This is probably good enough for now, and then we'll make something better later. Well, I do have to go. It's nice meeting you and seeing your builds. Thanks for stopping by, and it was fun showing them off. Too bright. You call this place again? Surface of the Sun? Hey Killer, hello, I really enjoy your videos. I would like to know if you have or know how to set up a server to play with my friends. So I don't know how to set up a server. I used my own computer as the host when I played with my friends. There should be plenty of videos on that out there if you want to dig. Check out YouTube, and you should be able to find something. Yeah, sorry, I don't have experience with that myself. Honestly, all I would do is be looking at a video. All right, so 3, and then these on the outside. This guy in the middle. All right. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. No worries. I think we were actually here. Then I better sample one in here because I can't remember what color I made them. These walls, however, I do remember were aluminum. All right, and then we just need should we stick a light in there? Yes. The answer to that question is always yes. But maybe we do this light. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I think that works. That's the wrong one. All right. P4 space elevator part. Industrial fluid buffer top. For space elevator phase 4 factory fluid buffer for top of vertical bus. Mark 2 BP. Let's do industrial. Thank you for the follow. Franks. And I think we're going the purple. Select directory. Save. Blueprint saved. Your blueprint designer. Pretend it never happened. Deny, deny, deny. I thought I had been for a long time. I just saw that I wasn't. Well, thank you. Do you always upload to the Discord the blueprints you make? I don't upload every single one. I upload upon request because I make so many. So if there's anything or a group of blueprints that you would like, and I haven't updated it or uploaded it, just message me or tag me in the Satisfactory channel. I'm happy to get it for you. Okay. But look there first. Make sure it's not there. Because many of them are. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What is this? That is very rare. Denali, and suddenly my factory looks like a shoebox, a square shoebox in comparison. It's okay. It's okay. Let me ask you this, Denali. Do you have 2,500 hours in Satisfactory? Chances are the answer is no. We didn't lose much time. At least 80. Okay, so only feel bad about your factory design if you get to 2,500 hours and it still looks like a shoebox. At 80 hours, it's totally okay that your factory looks like a shoebox. Have you made any videos with tips and tricks for lighting using when using signs? Well, Xduder, basically every video that I make, every live stream that I do is essentially a tips and tricks for lighting. No, I mean, I have a couple of YouTube shorts that are just clips of the live stream. I don't really make videos like that. Something I really enjoy doing. I've done a couple videos like that, but I just that kind of video making doesn't appeal to me. I like this. I like somebody showing up. I like you know, being on the live stream, asking a question, answering questions in real time, kind of doing it. I don't like scripts. I feel like I don't sound natural. It takes an incredible amount of time. I would rather just by the way, I think our blueprint is still loaded correctly, right? Because we saved it, didn't we? It should be saved. It is saved. because the server went back in time, the save of the blueprint still is on my hard drive. I have about 300 hours and I'm still learning in this game. There's a lot of creativity. Yeah, and there's a lot to learn. Like an incredible amount to learn, right? So it takes time. Just give yourself time to learn it. Enjoy the process. Don't be like, oh, well, I'll have fun later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know, like, oh, when this happens or when that happens, I'll have fun. Enjoy the process the whole way. And if you keep playing, you will get better. Also, if you watch my stream, I mean, obviously. I totally get that. It's definitely a specific style video. Yeah, it's just not the content I like. I like playing the game. I like the live interaction, you know, and I did some time making videos like that, and I hated it. I love live streaming. You know, and this kind of quick back and forth, you know, the live aspect of it. What do we want from you? We want horizontal to vertical. This is what I enjoy. And otherwise, I feel like I'm just sitting at my desk, just trying to crank out a video, and then I make the video, and it doesn't really get any likes or like views, and I'm just like mad about it. I don't know. I don't want to be that kind of YouTuber. What we've been doing instead is, I do the live stream. And then, my daughter, of course, Minikin, she's been doing the editing for me, and she basically picks out the right, combinations of clips and me talking or whatever, and makes videos that way, right? That works for me, and it means I can concentrate on live streaming, and I can get better at live streaming, right? It isn't just, you get on and you talk. I'm very deliberate in a lot of the things that I do, and I am trying to get better, Now, there are definitely aspects of my life that I have given me a leg up in doing what I'm doing, but that doesn't mean that I was good at it the first time I did it. And it doesn't mean that I don't have more to learn now, So I would rather spend my time learning the game better, learning how to be a better live streamer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that was 8. Than making that kind of content is just not my favorite. But having said that, if anybody has a question, obviously, if you're watching now, what it means is that my content is not as accessible, which sucks, because not everybody can show up to a live stream or watch a 9.5-hour VOD, but the shorts have helped solve that problem a lot. And so a lot of times, a lot of the tips that I talk about in the live stream do make it to wider audiences through the shorts. It also makes it much more personal to view someone live stream than just another YouTube video of 3 hours content packed into 20-30 minutes. Yeah, and a lot of that too is preference. It's viewer preference, which is what most of this is, right? I mean, even within the Satisfactory world, there's people that prefer, bits to me, or what Darren plays to, Total Eclipse. So, there's preference for the people, but there's also a preference for the type of content, right? Some people like the long play because they can actually see everything that I do. Some people want to just hit the highlights and try to keep up on what's happening with my save by watching my shorts once or twice every few days. And so I try to make my content as accessible to as many people as possible, but I'm only one man, and not only that, this is not my full-time job, so I do what I can. And I think we're striking a pretty solid balance these days. So much so that I'm, and I wanted to get that balance struck before I branched off to any other games. And so I'm happy that I do feel like we got there, or are closer at least. As I kind of prep for, playing Ashes of Creation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I didn't put this, what happened? Oh, what happened? You see, what had happened was, I don't know why I fat finger that so often. There we go. But yeah, that would be my preference for answering questions, is to answer them individually and personally, rather than making a video that covers them all. But again, that's just my preference. It doesn't mean that somebody that makes those videos is, doing something wrong. It's just not the way that I like to do it, if that makes sense. Right, another one done here. Forgot these. Any plans to continue factory post Ashes launch? Yeah, so I mean, I'm going to do what I can to never put myself in a position where I've committed to only playing one game, and if I play anything other than that one game, I am somehow letting my viewers down. Because I did feel like for a while that was the position that I was in with this playthrough for Satisfactory. That includes Ashes, right? So 2 steps here. Let me bring this up. So this is my schedule. I usually talk about this at the beginning of the stream. The launch of Phase 3 of Ashes of Creation is right there. I'm taking this week off of work. My channel will drastically change. All right, I won't change, but the content that you get out of my channel will change. And the A's are for Ashes of Creation. S's are Satisfactory, obviously. Green S's are Satisfactory Saturdays. And so my plan is Saturday night, which is tonight's stream, by the way. It's Sunday morning, right? But I began this stream on Saturday night, my time. For many of you, it's Sunday afternoon, because you live on a different part of the world than I do. But I started on Saturday night. But if it feels better for you for Satisfactory Sundays, then you can keep that in mind. But yeah, I would say we're going to be doing Satisfactory on Saturday evenings, 9 p.m. PST, which is my time zone, until the playthrough is done. I estimate that I have probably another 200 hours, 150, 200 hours, maybe more. Today was this stream right here. The stream we're in right now is this one. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 streams left, and then we're on once a week until forever, right? Until we're done. And so I don't know how long that's going to be. But if we think that 8 hours times let's say 200 hours divided by 8 is 25. 25 streams. This is 6 of them. 7 of them in August. So we need another 18 streams. Okay, and you get 4 a month. Okay, 4 to 5 months. By New Year's Eve, we're done with Satisfactory. Sound right? I think that's a decent estimate. What about factory games after that? Well, I want to play Timberborn. I'm going to be playing the Crust probably first. I really enjoyed the Crust, actually. I want to play that. Shapes 2, I want to play that again. I want to do another round. Do you consider Schedule 1 to be a factory game? Because I want to play that. And then I do want to play another round of Factorio. And I am not going to play Satisfactory and Factorio at the same time again. That was something. Troll fell asleep with YouTube on, possibly the best thing I could have woken up to. Well, your name Troll fits in perfectly here because many of my viewers are trolls. So welcome. Hopefully you found your new home. I'm just building a giant factory, a vertical factory, inside a cyberpunk city. You know, just casually, no big deal. Also, this is beautiful. Thank you. You're making your first turbo fuel factory power setup. I'm not going small, but we'll need to pump the crude up vertically to the top and then refine down. I agree. That's how I would do it. That's how I have done it. Dude, if you check out my VOD, I want to say VOD 6 in this playthrough. We're on VOD like 118. But if you go back to VOD 6, I made a turbo fuel power plant on the Gold Coast where I followed that rule. You might check that out if you want any inspiration. What am I making in this factory? This is the phase 4 space elevator parts. Okay, so this is going to be the big boys. This particular building is making half of the copper powder that we need for nuclear pasta. So they're going to be out here. Oops. Right? They're out here. Oh, by the way, we can get rid of that. That was temporary. Oh, those won't be able to stay. Look what I did with that. They're poking through. Those are the lights. But I said they were temporary. This is the city. If you haven't seen it, this is the exterior of it. It looks better at night because it's cyberpunk. These are the 4 buildings I'm working on. These 4 buildings, this is basically the second to last factory that I'm going to make. If you include all 4 of them as one factory, which I do, there's going to be sky bridges between them all. They are essentially one factory. This is that factory plan right here. This is, so we're making basically these refineries, half of these refineries and half of these constructors to make half of the 1,000 copper powder per minute in the teal building that we're working on. And then the other teal building, right, the one over there, is going to do the other half. And then the 2 purple buildings do everything else. They do. So it's complicated, but they're not a lot of buildings, right? I'm not making a ton. This is 10 nuclear pasta per minute. That is the big heavy lift with this factory for sure. These numbers aren't very big. They're medium sized, right? And they don't even need to be this big. They could be much smaller. But I consider 4, and 2.5 to be relatively medium sized. You know, not mega, but not tiny. So that's what we're trying to build. This is the rest of the city. This is making all of the parts that we need. Like 200,000 power with rocket fuel. That was my Fixmas factory, Nakatomi Plaza. All the trucks are driving around on my roads and they're doing something. They're not cosmetic only. May I ask how you plan your layouts? I mean, it's such a complicated question, right? It's you know, a lot of practice. Basically, any way that I could answer that would sound kind of trite, and I don't want to. You know, with difficulty. So you know, I do a bunch of different stuff. I would say everything that I've done is on a VOD on YouTube. You can definitely kind of peruse it. You can look for the edited videos that I've done of various clips of the VOD. But you know, I'm kind of I do use Satisfactory tools a lot to help, but there isn't really one way that I plan them. I do like to use blueprints. I do like to use signs. I do like to use lights. I love my catwalks. I like to do long lines of blueprints supported by blueprinted bus lines. That's what these are out here. You know, this is the first time I've done it vertically. Usually I do it horizontally. But yeah, I would say, you know, hang out in the channel and watch and ask questions as I go. That's probably the best way, because it's really hard for me to sum up something that's so complicated into a little box. You know, I wish I could. If I could do that, if I had that ability, I would probably be making more money being like, I don't know, doing something else. But the thing is a lot of it, to be honest, I just kind of figure out as I go. I have a plan, I have a vision, I have a goal, and then I set about, I break it into steps. You know, this factory, we only really just started, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We only recently started actually building this. I spent probably 4 or 5 entire streams just in the planning phase, you know, and because I try to have as much planned out as I can ahead of time. You know, I know all the blueprints that we need to make. I know which tower they're going to go in. I don't necessarily know who's going to be stacked on what yet, but I do know kind of in general who's going where. All right, decision making time, guys. I have a thing that I have to do on my phone. It's time sensitive. We're at 9 hours. We're at 9 hours. That's a good time for me. I didn't finish everything that I wanted to do, but we did figure out the big thing. Well, we had a train problem, but the big thing is we figured this out here. What we're gonna do here. I think this is our. I think I'm gonna call it, and I think this is our screen, our thumbnail. I play. I'm embarrassed to say. I'm not embarrassed to say, but I'll tell you this. And I've said this before. I wouldn't wish it on my my worst enemy. I play Star Wars. Galaxy of Heroes. And you know, it is a thing. We're gonna do purple. Where's our purple? Here's our purple color. That's cool. Yeah, I'm an officer in a guild, actually. Shocker, right? Gotta get those dailies. It is, actually. That's exactly what it is. I could stop and just knock it out really quickly, but I think it is an appropriate time for me to... Oh, shit. That looks good. To call the stream. Because we're at 9 hours. And I promised my wife that I wouldn't sleep all day tomorrow and I would spend some time with her. I could stream for another 3 hours, like I totally could. But then I wouldn't be waking up until like 4 or 5 in the evening. Promises made, promises kept. Let's do straight. Let's do straight on. This is a little dark, but I can... Shit. It's too dark. I'm gonna snap this picture. I'm running out of time. I got 7 minutes. Star Trek Fleet Command, do you get it? Yeah. Actually, my guild is trying to get rid of my guild leader. Yeah. He has an extra account. We're trying to find somebody to... and actually, one of my viewers has joined the guild. He was a regular viewer, and he... I talked about it. He's like, oh my god, I play. And I got him recruited in the guild. All right, I like this. We're going to do this. Extra one. But yes, got to get those dailies. All right, YouTube. People who are asleep and or awake, a like on the video would be amazing. We are done. We are going to continue this on Tuesday night. Same bat time, same bat station. Twitch, we're gonna raid. All right, we got 50. I hate letting go of 50 people on Twitch. I hate it, but I can't stream forever. Anybody that I'm following playing Satisfactory? Yep. How about the big Frucci? All right, guys, I'm out of here. I really appreciate it. I will see you guys in a few nights. It's Tuesday night and or Wednesday daytime, depending on what side of the world you're in. And hopefully I'll see you again. My Discord is welcoming. So if you want to stop by, say hi, feel free to. And we'll continue this cyberpunk build next week. Okay, here comes the raid. Oh, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we're raiding. All right, guys, I'll see you.